What's the question? Peaceful before the storm. No, actually, I have not got a haircut. Um, I've not cut my hair. I've wanted to cut my hair. Well, I cut my mustache. I kept my, I don't like, I don't want it like dangling over my mouth. That's not me. But no, I braided my hair up and then I let it out this morning, and now it's all like, psh. What's the question? Rowette, if you got one. Good morning, little bro, as usual, as always. It's funny when I see the word repent. For one to be so quick to think such a thought, the mindset must be regularly engaged and constantly being told that regardless of what they try to do, they must be wrong unless they've learned how to follow number 1 through 1,000,000, and whenever they decide to make 1,000,001, we shall follow that too. And oops, you're not following it. This is a rule book for you, not for me. That's what they read. May some magic powers be dispersed and enforced upon your own life so that you can be free to grab happiness without strife. It's my blessing to you. I don't know. Somewhere in the past, people learned how to become professional insulters. I became a professional soothsayer. There's some real talent in the ancient ways. Rather than just mocking somebody, you can kiss them so gently and leave them a flower. Just as powerful. I need to wake up earlier, but I don't like to. I really like my sleep. How about you? Do you like your sleep? I like my sleep. I'll go to bed like at 7 p.m. Yeah, okay, sometimes it's a little bit later, like 8 or 9, but you literally, last night I went to bed at 7. A good 8 hours of sleep is really good for the body. really healthy for the mind as well. A lot of times I think we got to do everything in the physical 3D world. We can choose that option, but we don't have to use that option. If you've joined us before or not, what I'm about to go over is blessings in multiple languages from cultures from all the way around the world. And it addresses the Divine Father, the Divine Mother, the celestial, the planetary, the moon, the sun, the entire family, going out to protection, asking for protection from all the divines, Japanese, Chinese, Hindu, Indian, using words of power on Scandinavia, some Old Norse in there. And really how much I've been implored to love my neighbor. And when I come to learn about my neighbor, I come to find out that they go through hard times just like me. They got people trying to attack them and do all sorts of things. They just want their peace, just like me. Just want our peace, just want to chill, just want to relax. Worked through enough, survived enough. So now we just kind of realize that we let the divine family, father, mother, and all of their children. How silly to think that a divine father, a creator, would be one and only, all powerful, all seeing, all everything, and they have no equal, no best friend. The one thing I know about life is it seeks a best friend. A best friend at a cognitive level that can communicate back, toss a good idea back. Because by yourself, life sucks. But I found many of us, the world is a huge family out there. And I save. And And so, if you want the most out of it, there's a lot of different meditation techniques, breathing techniques, things you can do, could learn to do, which you can do while I'm reading, going over this extensive. People can call it a prayer, they could call it a ceremony, they could call it a ritual. I like to call it a jam, because if you just putting all that goodness together, it's a jamboree of goodness. And that much, I like to call it a jam. And that's one thing I learned about when I went to the Hindu temple, was I had learned about meditation, I had learned about this, learned about that. And when I walked into the Hindu temple and I experienced the priest going over their ceremony, oh my goodness, I heard him reading, I heard him going over the mantras and over the words, and I literally I locked in, I closed my eyes and I went into how I do. And the biggest reality is that no one had to teach you how to have a memory when you dream. When you dream, you have this memory when you wake up of something you didn't do, but something you experienced. Interesting. The dream state, the dream walk, it's the astral plane, the ether. And your soul knew how to walk in that plane well before you ever were born into the body that you have this time around. So all you got to do, if you really want to jump into this and you don't know any meditation techniques, any breathing techniques, rather than try to teach you something on the fly or anything, literally all you got to do is close your eyes. You close your eyes, and the soul knows that you were disengaged from the physical world, and so it allows you to be engaged in the ethereal realm, the dream realm, and anyways, cool stuff. That's what I learned at the temple. That's what I kept going back to. That's what I kept learning. That's what I kept integrating in more ways than one. And then thus I come and do as I do, and got some new tricks. And a trick I learned in looking up the legitimate definition of a trick. It can be used for something positive. It can be used for something beneficial, which is actually pretty interesting. Puts a whole new spin on that word. Check something first. Circle now, we conjure thee that thou mayest the boundary be between the world of men we know and what the mighty one shall show. A guardian and protection be, for power we shall raise in thee. Preserve contained in thy sphere, to aid the work we shall do here. So have we consecrated thee, so may our circle blessed be. Sky and sun and sea and earth, teach us, give our wisdom birth. Sun and sea and earth and sky, with your powers gather nigh. Sea and earth and sky and sun, all together four is one. Earth and sky and sun and sea, join us as we call to thee. Loving Lady, mighty Lord, by cup and shield and one and sword, we ask your presence and your light to bless the work we do this night. Light and darkness, day and night, I bid you collide, or kindle these warriors' spirits, breath of life into their bows and cause, having their wrongs. Arise, warriors of the past, pick up your swords and prepare to do this battle. Spirits of darkness arising with the powers of wind vile, like the blight this be darkened night in our right. Zekia Compasiana Compasi Dingetia Compasi Dingana Compa. Hear me, all that I summon forth by name. Come to me by your head, go and answer my most urgent plea, most graciously through matrimony, most harmoniously through our loving family. Zekia Compasiana Compasi Dingetia Compasi Dingana Compa. Hear me, all that I summon forth by name. Renosi sekiuwe wasam putura de het hirusha henju hirukai korikuti jenni was moha pratu give separate tolls I pay to Yuti Bishakin Sinasara Amen. On Basharmantaya Suwagum Bashamanatayas Var Nunanin and Radani and Narum Doom among Shing Shong Shan Tiasawagum Shanaya Yantrayas Vaha Eu Engon Prambim Brom onde farabasha no suwagum chitrashi atrashi varanasvaha rura di da rura da 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 rura di da rota da da king on logging drong chong krang fong ong krang sing strong on haya bishara no maya suwagum haya bajamana tayas vaha azaha reon krang fong onamakusana mon dav no namaha samanta basharam ham who hay hero ring on cooking kung unagani maya sawa gom nya yan maya zva ha wo wa we string on cooking grong on hino kashina katai pai so wa gom jorti hi chindu jivati swa ha nu ne ne no nu na ne na ring on from kung on chire chivatri yas wa gom shija ibarataya sva ha Bungon kangking grung una pashalom no suwako mana karti buba bibu bear bort bort bear bort bo baby babu barong kamen Reno si sekio we was a futura de he hirusha hensu siruka bort putijen mi was ma ha tortuki was at the tolls I get to with him shopping saramen Parashukushu Paruru Pilma Kabolma Lolo Bo Pokogina Rabo Lugarana Paraku Saru Bakstana Bara Saru Frequent Belu Mashnabo Pluni you can campan Beluku Golo Egora Padishu Gila Gabola Gilma Mashel Guru Suluma Babo Maruka Ragazibu Kigim Gampranam Rubaka Kalamu Zukini Vilanu Shaju Mashanana Sarolim Parmaratu Zizi Mashinana Aruna Ramangi Dumuduku Ratakigi Lukurugusi Dorkin Manikai Kolesi Kortnenegin Neko Neberu dari nantalaku panu tuku kutuku kaku mas persano sekari mas sharu malapa kekadagru godor marata karba maru tuku arsul parmaskin tutu dari kukim lugaran makia parung tuku nada lugaran makia panu apishu saru limuna bana tatu sare mashikaranu sulumanan tarabo gipir balang termadu taga tuku mas sore masanongor sugore masror sesera priku babara suzukan palu galap bor agni boy artingu bara di muaru kakuramu niluam kashti. We are also Ronofres, whom is found perfect before the Nephilim Depkameo Shinu. We have said these are the elements of our body, perfected through suffering, glorified through trial, The scent of the dying roses as very pressed sigh of our suffering, and the flame red fire as the energy of our undaunted will, and the cup of wine is the pouring out of the blood of our heart, sacrificed unto regeneration, unto the newer life, and the bread and salt are as the foundations of our body, which we destroy in order that they may be renewed. For we are also triumphant, even also don't know for the justified one. We are he who is clothed in the body of flesh, yet in whom flames the spirit of the eternal nothing you. We are the Lord of life. We are triumphant over death, and whosoever partaketh with us shall arise. We are the manifester and matter of those whose abode is the invisible. We are the purified. We stand upon the multiverse. We are its reconciliator with the eternal nothing. We are the perfecter of matter, and without us the multiverse is not. Hail to Huri, making victorious also over his enemies on the night that of battle, and of making the fettering of the Sabal, day that of destroying the enemies of Nebuchadnezzar, night that of making the stand, the Jed and Jed to salutation of power, Father, Mother, Supreme Being, who comes as to Huri. Thanks for the words divine. Our will, mind, and heart belongs to you. Our heart belongs to you. As the huri sama karoro soro kepta kulpuin o bo hoena ritsot so bo rupu ne tim tu kepta never to short kulpuin so hoserum jet tu nishra tin tepnu nectar itam to hurti to art metu nectar paya barni tu abarni tu. Empress of the skies, heavenly queen, beloved also at our heart is keen, from darkness to be released to connect with our power and deepest peace. Bless us that this may be so in accordance with Otto's plan that we grow. Beloved queen, clothe us in your authority and light. We now claim our spiritual birthright. Goddess Kenemet Donket, whom loves us, protect us now. We rest in your heart of love and peace, so be it. Also Ronopus will confirm. Lady Olset and Neb Olsora be shining bright. Support our Merkaba, build our collective body of light. We are in your protection now, and from harm we are free. Align us now with our inner divinity. Through our own free will as beings of light, we now allow our Merkaba to alight. Arising from below and descending from above, penetrate darkness too with divine light and love. Merkaba protection, body and spirit is one. Fragmentation and disconnection are now forever undone. ولكن لينوش كرير استعكسار أبرتو مرتيكور ليرتوك نجيش لبيع لور مشير كمشي شارلو سايانسي أمي روتار وتو مجيرشا Isa riega riega biasha biasha jereka jereka dubira placa isa ya riega limuti kurno kima kusila tili shami yeina zumria isa yeina zumria riega yeina zumria biasha yeina zumria zilika yeina zumria dubira yeina zumria laka yeina zumria tatara yeina zumria Dexi, Yena Zumria Takaruba, Yena Zumria Tasarnika Nish, Mashkapulu Tamatunu Nish, and Kipel Kimulu Tamatunu Nish, Marduk Mashmashalane Tamatunu Nish, Kishbarkamikulu Tamatunu Ina Zumria, Yulu Tabrasama. Ya Arun and Ibar Nanimni Ba Perik Ba Gabayes Bakabora Bakabaes Borkaba Es Bakabaes Bakabora Kabor Agbagabaes Agabaes Ba Perik Benanim Ba Runan Ya Korbori Ya Rimba Gar Rimba Gora Ya Ki Yatsaki Ki Yazan Turti Eki Yasohu Cthulhu, ya. Om Shrim Hrim Hrim Vajravarkaniye, Hrim Hrim Vatsvaha. Om Shrim Hrim Hrim Vajravarkaniye, Hrim Hrim Vatsvaha. Om Shrim Hrim 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 Vajravarkaniye, Hrim Hrim Vatsvaha. Om Shrim Hrim Hrim Vajravarkaniye, Hrim Hrim Vatsvaha. Om Hrim Shrim Hrim Vajravarkaniye, Hrim Hrim Vatsvaha. Om Hrim Shrim Hrim Hrim Vajravarkaniye, Hrim Hrim Vatsvaha. Om Hrim Shrim Hrim Hrim Vajravarkaniye, Hrim Hrim Vatsvaha. Anushubam Gigapsuki Shargega Gosha Desa Ramada Yading Guru Krams Nikutin Yarnina Guruna Jranku Karyash Shumur Kutuziana Kapaziki Kampakalo Bara Ramtarbara Shakbaragi Kimbara Alarbara Telarbara Maskimbara Urupara Irpabara Alatubara Alasubara Karubara Urupara Chogoro Bara Lilitubara Uru Saladin Nanzu Lala Soladin Nanzu Gikim Soladin Nanzu Mula Soladin Nanzu Dinkia Soladin Nanzu Maskim Soladin Nanzu nazu bare di nazu ziyana kapasi kia kampa Munisika bara yeni nagisa jorgi shnu ormasha ziga bar ye ziga shur barna gizar shar maziga namsa yenin dore sharki okwak partin tukub Indianam dea sarasavito lamanda ya vande ya varti nariana sarjisere sarta sanivista ke orban makolo kura lavan karti hari haran maya papultor sangka kara namaskaran mantra Om Hram Mitra Yar Namaha Om Hrim Muravar Yar Namaha Om Hrim Surya Yar Namaha Om Hrim Pranab Yar Namaha Om Hram Kagat Yar Namaha Om Hram Pusnya Yar Namaha Om Hram Herangkabar Hari Yar Namaha Om Hrim Marikari Yar Namaha Om Hrim Marika Yar Namaha Om Hrim Savitre Namaha Om Hram Markari Yar Namaha Om Hram Paskari Namaha Om Hram Hram Ras Re Forsori Yana Yar Namaha Parasik Asyas Namaskaran Korvanta Dene Yayo Prasam Balam Peram Teshas Tesam Kaja Yarte On Kron Kring Hung Kring Monkeru Soro Hong Krim Pong Shamash Kashatia Kashatia Yatisha Mushta Pishtia Kimatinur Kuroshula Rimi Shuru Surbuira Tuku Epitashunu Kimamera Abdu Inati Kiri Tushunuli Mutumana Kulubui Shunulini Shunamana Nakulur Dini Shunoli Tishurman Luktari, Terama Shaluti Kashkashar, Tisharushi Arkushi Shurpi Arki Shurpuyusi, Tinkarko Koshebo Kampabang, Gibitiera Gilbil Kashru, Money and Duru Tushte Lani Urmari Arki Gishpari Yazi Kampa, Sitting Gerkara Kampa, and Kimaru Korsumito Kichabu Barala Shemtorwina, Bark Bill, Barkiara, Gishbar, Siaga Kampa, Kamanurnu. Shariulini Kanushi Shariule Kunushi Shariulini Kunushi Shariule Kunushi Shariule Tet Kunushi Shariulini Kunushi Shariulini Kunushi Shariule Katin Kunushi Shariu Yudanuel Kudulin Kutinazum Real Utaprasamba Agamasaratu is Masarati Sharmoshili Churu Shishali Nuti Animal Wanegara Putishima Yara Barati Dinatina Hotilimba also Kunushi Wane Wushiti Yamasarati by its Masaratu it's Masaratu Agamasaratu Yamasaratu Yara Volgoni Shamashkori Yamasaratu Siki Yakampa Pagoro Monenet Yashata para Masaratu Bara Vishnu Krim Snar Ver Namahom Sam Kuberari Kartamadu Mutev Kubera never corrupt from Prividatu Pumitev Meton Mutev Nuxek Rumariakina Netev the Soram Tari Nekev Tasukore Terte Sepsan Mercidu Tuxuratata Isanom Hamisanari Namaha Omiam Drayar Namaha Kopsropentra Mates of Stark to Agnaya Metan Kopsrop Nuxek Sataram Sexa Ruta Tempta Kesuexakar Tekarana Nekabekta Nekerser Seruna Bek Markola Kutulu Tatalaga Neom Namaginar Yertamaha Om Yamar Yartamaha Harpi Yarmo Mabsaratu Taraya Matan Happy no copy Sekesara Naum Sex Secta Paka Tuyen Nek Ekor Tana Nek Teerta Barbatuyan Vian Lerean Ginari Tiraksasa Samraksasari Namaha Pam Parunari Atamaha Imset Paruna Paluta Sermalaya Matan Imset no Kimset Sek Saranam Sex Runa Pek Minsepsonu to any Kupite Ramautu Rotas of Zitingarana Compositing Kia Composa Peo Biomium Payor Vertam Hambar City Morkala Molu Mormartu Zitingarana Compositing Kia Compau Ruxo Porata Kutulu Tata Laga to Titakala Yardu Yan Zapeo Om Hrim Prabarne Namaha Brahma Namu Mahat Omaxarato Versaraya Metan Caprano Bakaparam Kapru Eben Ket Kaprasha Kapram Prembra Morulu Azakuti Takala and Esraten Ebu Mahaja Jate Saramas Vetio Mikutepsek is Nebenaru Tefnesu Netter Om Hrim Hom Surya Yartamaha Om Hrim Shrim Shudra Yartamaha Om Hrim Shrim Mangal Yarnamaha Om Shrim Bambur Yarnamaha Om Brahmaspati Yarnamaha Om Hrim Shrim Shukra Yarnamaha Om Hrim Shrim Samchanachari Yarnamaha Omem Hrim Robertam, Homem Hrim Ketubertam, Hajab Kusumu Samkar Shamkashia Payam Mahadairim, Tamorim Sarva Papagnam Pranatos, Mindibakaram Dari Shankatu Sharbam Kishur Danava Sambava Namami, Shashar Nam Somam Sambor Mugor Kabushar Nam Tarani Garbasam Putam Vidu Kardi, Samapravam Kumaram Shakti Hastam Tamagalam Pranamami Ham Preangu, Karigeshar Mavro Perna Pratimam Burham Shasti. Dargam Gadabasam Putam Vidu Karti Samaprabam Kumaram Shakti Hastam Tamagalam Pranamamiam Priangu Karika Sharamamro Perda Pratmam Burham Somya Goro Pertam Tamburham Pranamamiham Devaram Chari Sher Nam Jagorum Kanjana Sanipam Buri Butam Telokesham Tam Namame Bare Aspektim Himakuntam Reina Labam De Ardam Barmam Korum Sarva Sasra Taram Bargaravam Pranamami Hamnelanjana Samapasam Rapi Putram Yamagurajam Chachari Yamatanda Sambutam Damam Namani Shaneswara Matakari Yamahaper Yam Chandra Di Yavimardaram Sunika Garbasam Putam Tam Rahum Pranamami Ham Palasha Poshpa Samkashap Taraka Grahama Sakam Rom Makam Kurom Tam Ketum Pranamami Hamam Pramam already Tripodan Kari Padusha Shibumi Sutabura Shakurusha Shukura Sharti Reu Ketu Sarva Grahama Supra Kurume Sharti Home Bor Spor Tatas Vitor Variam God Vasya Dera Mahitio no Prachurayat Tatatsuaha Hariamam Tatatsuaha Nanasing Yanambra Siti Yasini Yanana Basaman Ganasa Yakampa Magavati Yanana Kampa Mashrita Nanazia Kampa Yamagia Sagastena Kiash Takawish Nabuguru Kurios to Yar Marco to Yarngar Guyazer Nabu Mosarsi Frenias Canpasul Saka Shertalas Canpas Nabo Sataratus Carpa Yagashi Sasia Kula Martiniash Iamakali Story Brady Yagushiaria Yarnen Yashtapa Marcha Karenia Ramilo Yaxir Shai Kanpa Yanana Ziarma Kampa Bizarma Kampa Ya Begi Jaralur Shmashuru Yadur Shi Sakatamari Yatarech Urbatala Katamarkin Yakampa sitting Garu Yakampa sitting Norishu Yakampa Shazira Raguji Berodukampa Yashtakampa Yana Gormasabaru Nargomastabaru Yanagori Yasin Kampa Yangoria Yan Yazid Yarnin Yakanpa Yakantala Makia Tarakampa Marukum Paru Sigari Artagi Agari Amakma Bor Desia Marutuku Yastuku Surim Sarim Zagori Maxana Kesara Kakana Maleoku Nipmanu Yarduki Andara Yasi Partu Balgu Berteriku Baga Kampa Belsi Zag Patpasa Kubaro Noiseli Enushubamgi Gatsuki Sharke Kokota Shish Sharmada Yaninguru Niklamas Nikutin Gatina Guru Nexrinku Kariashish Food Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Rama Arti Ramme Mano Ramme Sasturnam Taturian Ram Nam Varanar Neom Venea Karya Nam Homa Kararya Verma Pakratundari Atir Mahitano Danti Prachudayar Pakratunda Mahakarya Sori Korti Sama Prapnir Kwertam Kurumendeva Sarva Korye Sur Sarvada Shri Guru Swaraj Rajneesh Mane Mukure Sura Varnu Raghu Vardi Moja Surjudra Kufar Char Burhi Tarnu Jani Kusini Ropoban Kumar Borburhi Vidyar Humohi Hara Hukoles Pikorche Hanuman Ganakun Sugorche Karpisti Hun Loki Jarkar Ram Tutalit Bardama Dani Putra Pansort Namaha Mahavikram Bajrangi Kumartini Varsumeti Sangi Kachan Varan Varaj Subesakaran Kundo Kujikis Hotbojo Udu Vorje Viraje Conte Vorchone Kusor Jason Kortuvan Kisrin and Dantish Pratap Mahajagvan Dan Vidyavan Kunia Teacher Turon Koshkari de Kuatur Prabhu Chariter Sunubekurasia Ramla Karnsita Mambasya Sri Guru Sharon Surus Rajneesh Mane Mukure Sura Varnura Varvi Moja Sujur Daya Kufor Chorpur hi tarun charni ki sumi ho pavan kumor bor bor hi vidiete ho mo hi hara ho kole so pikorche haruman kan gun suko jer kapisti hundo bicara ram tu tatalit pardama jani putra pavan sortna maha mahavya vikuram pushron ki kumartini was sumeti ke sarangi kanchan varan poraj subese karan kudo kuji kese ho shro word tu borshe Piaraje karte moril jare husorje sur kar suvan kisrin and dandish prata mahajagwan dan vidyavan gunia teacher torvam koshkari beku artor prabhu tori trishnu beku rasya ramda kansita man pasya surkshama rup dari siyar hidkar vavikar rup dari ranka jara vapima rup dari asur sankhare ramachandra ke kasanvare ayes archivan lakanji arye sri raghuver harshi orari Ragupati Karni Barhur Barlai to Mam Priye Parati Salmbai Sahasvartan Tumhara Yashkarveus Karkisri Pati Kandela Karve Sankardi Pramarimunes Narat Sarat Sarhi Ehesariam Kuporti Porjohan Ke Kapikopor Karkis Kante Tum Ukos Gurave Hinkene Ram Ringla Yeras Paterna Tumharo Mantra Vivarshen Marnalanka Swarbar Yesu Jag Jarra Yug Sahasra Jojan Parpar Hule Yotarhi Matur Pachartu Prabhu Mutriki Meli Mokma Jaradi Lanki Gadea Shashna Hedor Kaham Karjagar Ker Jertesukam Manukra Hatum Retike Ramduare Tum Ragvare Huana Yabinu Posare Subsukra hetum hare sarantum worksharka hukordarna apante samharo apeten hon lukan terkan pa bod pasarshni karda hinar be mahaber jab narden surtne be nasaro hare saper jabat nerantar hanuman ber sankat se hanuman surte be man karam varchan yan jorlu be supera ram tapas vera jatin ke kas kotum wuji yara Sarhusan Ketum Rakware Surnikan dan Ram Durare Ashta Serhinab Neriker Rataus Dar Vern Jamke Mataram Rasi Yantumhare Pasasara Hora Upati Gerdas Tumhare Bajanram Kopa Bajaram Janam Ke Dupisrave and Kalvar Guver Pojar Ye Janam Janam Bari Bar Kahari Orte Tachernandari Alnuman Serhi Solve Surkari Sankan Kartemi Te Sapir Josumir Hanuman Paper J Hanuman Gosin Kripkar Hugur de Tiana in Josat Part Kare Kohi Churte Hi Parti Mahat Surkori Joya Par He Hatnuman Charlie Sohalie Ser Hisat Goris Tursira Sarahari Chera Karjeta Sartari Mindera Varna Sankat Aran Mengomot Ramlakan Sita Sarhi dan Pasasu Sorbu O Maharaga Vajrosi Sabasha Sarvasha Hum Vam Hur Ganesh Ranam Charandi Varanyam Hum Nama Fur O Mem Hrim Shrim Mem Bum Mem Namo Bhagavati Vatali Vatali Varhi Varhi Varamuki and Anthini Nama Rum Furumini Nama Jamba Jambini Nama Mohemohini Nama Samba Jambini Nama Sarvadusha Palusanam Sarvisam Sarvava Haksira Sachuramukati Jivasambanam Kurkurus Kuramosya Mem Blum Tai Data Straya Pahatswaha Ani Mani Mane Mamane Shira Shariti Shabi Shabi Tasna Mukutape Mukutabi Shabi Shabi Subi Shabi Yashae Ashae Ginisinti Shabi Tarani Yoroke Bashani Nebi Tapantara Nebi Tatandra Shurai Kurim Kurea Rade Shuyasha Samasami Body Pekari Taruma Rishi Tesogino Kushara Pasha Pasha Shurai Matara Matara Shana Ruru Kashara Shara Shataya Barumanani Taya Saramaka Oreo Kimuki Area Date Chinedi Chiari Naratona Alan Abi Kunabi again Korikadari Sadadi Matogi Chikoro Bodo Shanikachi Debi Ruka Taka Tukuatana Tanate Tanakushare Tanashura Hachi Boreseni Surubarani Batani Suruba Shabatani Shobatani Suyahabi Shoran Sugi Karani Sugi Hagerai Tereda Sugatorata Sorobashugus Meshikiara and I Sarbasaru Shukyote Sarbasaru de Show Rayato Girashina Bikiari Daerte Ishtar Manye mane sirikarite sama samita visanta mukta mukta tama sama visama sama sama jaya saya sire sate samita tarana yoloki episode better bit sani ni tidi wami tari ni vista bin tari pari sulu kulim kuli yaradi paradi sukangsi sama sama bulu biru kita tama pari sida sangganer kesani na kori bye bye visutani mantra mantra siate ruturus kala saya partaya vakula belz romani nantai swaha Shvala Maha Shvala Uke Juke Muke Gara Partanota Notawati Tini Vitini Sitini Nativati Swaha Tate Tata Nata Devata Nari Nari Kunari Swaha Gari Gari Gori Kadari Kadari Matagi Pukas Sankule Brusali Sisi Swaha Itimi Itimi Timi 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 Itimi Nimi 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 Ruhe 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 Twist Swaha Adana Dana Pate Dana Botani Dana Kusala Dana Saradi Sarada Padi Puri Pasani Savarani Avartani Samvartani Samaparixida Savana Gatani Dama Parixida Savasuru Ulu Sunakarte Simificredi Anoparte Vartani Vartalis Sasakam Sahu, Wong Hong Chang, Gong Hong Chang, Gong Tong, Gosho, Wong Him So, Ong Gong Ging, Gong Sor, Gong Kring, Hong Cham, Ong Hung Ching, Haring, Ring, Gong Hero, Sor, Hara, Hong Wam, Dum, Mong Grang, Gong Pam, Bung, Gong Grang, Gong, Ong Cranking, Long Ring, Prang, Bung, Shong Ching Sprung. Kring Chong Shing Sprung, Kring Ching Ring Ying Vam Dum Shong Ching Sprung, Gong Sor, Ching Gong Ching Haring Ara, Ong Su. Horu Sor, Wong King So, Gong Dung, Dani Chinora, Poshada, Pomo Shukunairo, Maxi Humushu, Naora, Momna, Sambava Tramida Naora, Omamta Tesha Harum, Bogushu, Naora, Omomogu Sirayo, Kushinaora, Huru Kandali Matangis, Baha, Butcher and Busumo, Namo Bagabartin, Sensia, Brurus, Polos, Politis, Civil Canasarvata Saranis, Baha, Short Kanjis, I Bosum, Lolis, Baha, De Zishi Bosum, some Jamjasa Swaha, Terabosu Sunama, Sabanta Buharam, Karuna, Wurba, Tadinis, Baha, Senjo Senkin, Kanjis, I Bosum, Vasher, Armari, Batot, Kanjis, I Bosu, Omantro Baba, Humpats, Baha, George, Kanjis, I Bosu. Mahakaruna Kargis Vaha, Jundan Kajis, I Bosu, Karakuri Kundis Vaha, Nori, Kanjis, I Bosu, Parmeser Malish, Vallo, Kongur, Sata, Pashra, Sarvaha, Harnia, Bosus, Omdi, Shri Shuta, Vijaris Vaha, Fortune Bosus, Jamias, Monjo Bosus, Maramakania, Maruku, Bosu, Matres Vaha, Jisor Bosu, Haha, Vismargis Vaha. Curso, Bosus, Namor, Castle, Bari, Omalik, Malay, Mulis Vaha, Nicole Bosus, Dotis Vaha, Kakul Bosus, Controbarius Vaha, Purtor, my old Namasamato, Shano, Kandamorusanas, Voltaia, whom Tratham, Hosanze, my own soon, Barney, so my home charge, whom, but Gundoli, my own mantra, whom, but they do my own whom, Stricala Rupa, whom comes Vaha, Konguria, so my own mam, Pashra, Yakso, whom I send my own Maraka, Vashusinista. Pasha Sarpasha Humpam Hukuchakumai Umaru Francis Vaha, Sarpo Gorginum Kambai Svaha, Concorin Sound Conkinum Fajranja Hums Vaha, Semi Shitochi Genesis Vaha, Chikukun Trastala Pramadan Svaha, Sorchotan Veruraki Axiptais Vaha, Komokutrum Verupax and Patais Vaha, Tomotonum Pisravani Svaha, Pensaitinum Satisfatis Vaha, Taikokutrum Mahakalari Svaha, Kaichi Shortrum Mahari Sri Svaha, Karitaimum to Mari Harit Svaha, Taikini Tinomri Asvaha, Marishitinom Marsi Svaha, Taishokonki Tinomri Kaum Svaha. Vagini Precious Fastor, Mamju Shashva, Karnata Makuni Pararti, Dervi Varti, Prandira Nuvratam Charasi Vishvarde. Om Devi Karyan Yaina Mahakaryani Mahamariya Mahayogini Deshwari Nankuk Surtam Devi Parti Mekuruter Namaha. O Sere Stote Diana Hekata Demete Kalinana. Ichi Martni Torna Tono on board Baswa Hatas Vitar Barniam Barco Varsia Termaintino no Prachodayat Ipsos Shipshosh Konashanta Toro Rataru Torora Aru ratua brahadabra. Ungong gungang gang gang ging gang gong krang kring kung bang gang gung sling kutang gang gang tang bang. Om Trambakam Jamahe Sugum Timpus Divar Haramor Baru Kami Babarat Murko Mokshari Yarter Namha Him Him Hum Hum Chom Chom Krom Krom Mahu Jeri Chom Krom Krom Frame Shrim 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 Hum Hum Frame Frame Shrim Shrim Chom Chom Krom Kujerika Krom Chom Chom Hum Hum Amarea Kai Forana no Kurwai Sikring Way Om Shukrayartam Om Shum Shrim Hrim Om Basrametehi Sukrayasu Om Kring 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 Kali 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 Hum Hum Swaha Sarva Bistal Marderhi Me Mahal Kali Gertan Namaha San King Jo Ju Lang Dan Jun San King Jo Ju Wu Lang Tin Ju Oman Bram Braharnam Serharye Bram Min Partun Vermanaria Virmahe Heranya Garvaria Dermaitano Brahma Prachurayat Om Chaturun Karya Virmahe Mesuru Daria Dermaitano Brahma Prachurayat Om Em Hrim Shrim Hrim Sosachikam Brahma Om Brahma Jashanam Pratharmam Purush Radvihi Mata Purusho Vinava Guru Brahma Guru Vishnu Guru Shiva Guru Devo Maswara Guru Sakshar Param Brahma Prashmeshri Purve Namaha Usekne ket Vintiam Kaibina Horror of him Kenne Bolsik to Utune Sorkorti half pasti Haratulam Snefulem Besegne Mahari Termius or Tiu Tutor Menti Martu for Ru Kermius Kerune Kermenti Anatepsera Kerune Beruse Kriui Nebabu Nevertimtim Spuarium above a Turgarehi Nehemniko Nehemne Furches or Hep on a Fechabu Tramprim Tor Zebusif Lorivi and Riving it Turvin near Mulder Maggie Session Vega Pro Nori Termain Hermo Skeleton Skjod Beara Jarkjordov Fin Frele Wordin Frigerta Fri Veg Turkis Virta en Gessi Crossver Deg Svip Dark Per Deg Bolter Brandfield de Kor Froti Frovin Viskat Vir Sigir Revo Sung Skjod Verleif Skjordung skerfi selmen järnvin skerfjuno for heran korin kuusin kuuruski ormi bifrindis vietors vitria georgi orki fjordnia helpkav mer svogum trafion fimbotu slidur chris rigu gio mospel nefelheim elver garkin en golkap jarmer og gelmir och Dulmo bor Besla ordin Vele Vesu Bungom Belkelmir Ostri Vestri Nudri Sudri Midkor Sator Norfi Night Nagla Pari Oda Nori Orterlingas Erdeskin Faxi Rimfaxi Mundi Ferli Bone Soldor Bakras Vin Bir Hierki Bjerkier Serxian Murver Fenskio Horti Rodmi Sien Eon Vidior Idar vorkla kämpen kohmotsosnia tori näin ja nudri sudri ostri vestri atur vorin nord nein Sleipnir narping dein bifjor for bombor nori ori och nor oin mot virnir vi gordov vindov torin vid kili fundin veldi tror Troin tekli virter naar rekerhals vin dramner logvari hor hekstrari herlof groin dori ori du van bari hepti fili hor siari overlier lofor skirpir virpier skarfin ai olf ingi erkin skarti fo frosti finkin nor Yggdrasil virpatandiskuul bridar brikkiritnir hinbior Valeskjær, Fritskjær, Kemli, Alfim, Adling, Fjertblin, Hasvik, Svarsvik, Finrur, Nivins, Vova, Staras, Neror, Din, Fri, Lorki, Virnaria, Parnaria, Vishnu, Damaria, Marla, Samaria, Visariam, Yarka, Trastnan, Burtata, Varmi, Sertan, Vistararia tararia samsara sakatara divaria hurni makarande darima pari borgaskarnde suri parti para verde baba paria cierte yevarnde saria piper pagarne Navatavatamna mama kinasvam samudro hitaranga vakarna samudro na taranga ora taranga narga bhera nurja tanu jakula mitra mirtra sasar deste törste bavarti nabavarti kimbavatiskara Matsyarti Bhavaratarai Ravatarvat Varta Sarta Vasutar Paramesvara Palipalu Bhavata Bhava Papiarto Hamda Mudara Kunmantyarta Sundar Varta Rak Vernda Govinda 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 Babarjala Dama Dharna Mandara Paramam Dharma Panariyatvam Menariyana Karurna Maya Saranam Kararn Varni Tarvarko Koranoliti Sarpari Mariye Varana Saroja Sarta Vasabtu iti Srimat Param Hamsam Pari Vrajar Karasya Shri Govinda Bhagavapurja Parasisyasya Srima Chakara Bhagavarta Kortosar Paristotram Sampurnam Kubarutananda Srita Raja Rajodana Svara Dana Lakshmi Priya Dharmodana Tyo Danika Priya Daksirnyo Dharmyo Rata Daya Varntu Dervo Rata Divalaksana Sampano Dinarti Janara Sarka Danya Lakshmi Samarajo Derya Lakshmi Verajita Daya Rupa Dharma Burti Dharma Samraksano Sarka Neri Svaro Nera Lambo Neri Nam Paripalaka Nidyaranta Nirgunakara Niskarmo Nirupalarava Navalarya Samarajo Navasankya Pravartarka Manyaska Tisar Mahaguna Kartan Virtar Yarshnikyo Yashna Sarta Yashnar Buryashna Kara Sarka Raja Kandru Ramarti So Ranjar Ko Rajar Purjita Vistra Varsha Vasardia Visar Karmarna Varnasa Vijayo Vimalo Varyo Vanduru Jana Vasala Veru Bhaksa Priyatarmo Veragi Visvator Murka Veru Bhaksa Priyatarmo Veragi Visvator Murka Sarvya Yarto Saranarta Sarva Sakti Samarvita Samandarata Sarmya Sarva Parshna Raka Suprita Surlava Sormo Sarva Karya Duhandahara Samagana Priya Saksave Bhava Sri Vyarajita Svaharna Samprito Akirana Pravartaka Vyayorkana Samprita Ampartvardana Priya Kalporama Svasi Ahankaram Vivarjita Udarbur Diru Dharma Veyapabu Navaraharna Kinoresu Vesarvana Kala Pravartarka Astalakshmiya Samaryukta Vyarto Malavigraha Loka Radio Loka Palu Loka Pantu Sulaksana Sulapa Sumparka Suru Sanka Pradarna Priya Santa Surhan Kunu Peta Susvata Surha Vikarha Sarva Kamashno Sumati Sarvete Parkan Kar Sankaras Tadaras Remam Param Jorti Para Samarikuna Sampana Saranyo Dina Vatsala Paropagari Papana Tarundi Yasanani Pa Dalta Sorva Komu Peta Sorindra Sampai Palva Visvyakto Vita Baryar Nantar Hartakso Yarta Prata Kale Pathet Srutam Susir Burvete Netene Terna Pradnoti Porusa Sriyam Devindra Sarni Parn Isri Kuber Strotam Om Yakshari Yakuberaya Vishravana Yadara Yati Patadi Yadarata Yasamriti Nerte Ita Pariswaha Om Shrim Hrim Hrim Shrim Hrim Vereshwaraya Namaha. Om Hrim Shrim Hrim Shrim Kumaraya Ashtalakshmi Mama Kriya Taram Poraya Paraya Namaha. Om Hrim Shrim Lakshmi Hrim Sahaswaha. Om Hrim Aksharya Kuberya Vishravanya Tanat Akarsha Narya Sarvaloka Vasikaraya Tanatanyari Patarya Taratarya Samrudevi Medarita Parya Swaha. Om Hrim Shrim Kuberaya Namaha. Om Acharya Rajarya Virmaria Algetsarya Dermahitana Kubera Prachurayat Zikia Kampa Ziara Kampa Zidinger Kampa Zidinger Anakampa Ziku Gigimagampra Zikia Kampa Ziara Kampa Zikia Kampa Ziara Kampa Zidinger Kampa Zidinger Anakampa Gakumashkarzana Zikia Kampa Ziara Kampa Zikia Kampa Ziara Kampa Zidinger Kampa Zidinger Anakampa Lugalab the board acting bo Zikia Kampa Ziara Kampa Om Namo Hum Trar Pararani Sumba Mogagata Mitroya Sumba Nerposari Samantha Brahma Saraswati Shara Rupa Shiva Vishnu Bearava Tarapi Om Samani Sumba Hum Vajra Hum Par Om Shrim Hrim Hrim Klom Kom Karpataria Varavara Sarvaj Jarmesh Vasha Maraye Swaha Tapuru Sharye Virmahe Bakratudari Adet Mahitano Danti Prachudayat Om Sharti Sharti Om Ganhariyak Sayat Namha Om Gam Karpataya Namaha Om Lambora Rayartam Home Ring 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 Om Karatania Vidharma Hevakran Hundaria Dear Maitano Danti Prachudayat Om Shrim Hrim Hrim Tum Jwala Jwala Shuli Asha Yajar Manasarva Satrum Samara Samara Shemala Mam Kurkurudu Shukra Hum Patsva Arunam Kuruna Tarangi Charam Truta Pashan Kushar Pushma Parachamami Arli Bioravruta Mayukara Himedi Arvavipa Varnim Shri Maharajni Shri Marasena Sanashvari Chitorin Puna Sambuddha Devakorya Samudyata Orya Paru Sahasrava Jator Bau Samanpita Swaragashvaru Papasharya Krura Korkushu Shwala Maro Rupekshu Kurtana Panchatan Mantra Sayagani Jaruna Prabhapura Maja Brahma Mandala Pachampaka Shuka Puranaga Sorkantila Skata Kuruvin Ramani Shurkana Kutera Mandita Shtami Chandra Riparaja Darikas Dala Shorvita Mako Chandra Kalankpa Mrukadalapi Peshishaka Varanas Marak Mankaria Kruhato Rana Cheli Kabakra Lakshmi Paniva Ha Chalan Minar Palo Charda Nava Champaka Pushpa Nat Satana Verajita Terekari Tereskari Nasaparana Basura Kanapa Majari Kruta Kana Pura Manohara Trekaka Yugali Burta Tapano Dupa Mandala Padmaraga Shila Dashi Pari Pavi Kapalo Pavuna Paveturoma Pampashri Nayakari Rana Nachara Vinyogo Shri Dipatrika Mantra Sistyapa Pramara Sibrati Chanda Saliti Patrapata Om Bisham Swahasaki Parkilakam Sri Dipkura Prijatam Japa Vinyuga Resari Nasa Om Kasyapa Pramara Ser Namahasarasi Prati Chanda Sanama Muke Sri Pitraka Pata Yanama Om Ridi Om Bishari Yatamaha Kuyes Vahasakari Yatamaha Pareo Fakila Karyatam Hom Nabot Vinyugi Namaha Sardain Kids Gerhasi Namaha Kring kring sekanus biam namaha him tarshani biam namaha madayama biam namaha namika biam namaha kanis biam namaha krum kara kara prasa biam namaiti karani as kromarayi yartamha him so pieces rasus baham sekaya pasara kapkaya humnim troya yapasar kromasalaya piti salangine some stromier tidik banda danyanam dipetri matevi skaris farupini dipakte dipite para sarvam jami makupiti mika yagram smart pame amakasami ya papiami ambai paramika Tupama Grapi Pami Ramike Japan Shami Pamantramica Yaptamahan Neber Yamni Verti Yami Sumsumiki Subokara Pusham Sumar Pamiam Japamara Matromo Male Mahamaria Savarmantra Farupini Kotavorga Salinias Tasmani City the Papa Kroma Trom Hinsita Guru President Nemo Street Petrka Matrom Krom Hrimam Torge Hrime Hiva Savia Here Hrimum Dum Torge Hrime Chromum Humpas Vahas Ranganias Komara Yaram Harhim Sopisis Vasa Swaha Om Sikaya Pasaram Kapakai Humnim Troya Pasor Chromasole Petitis Nangines Bufus Rumiar Tidivi Mukatanian Diptri Matevia Discari Putin di betakti di ya tehe para servam jagami am kampujam pri dia mi ke kana semrama ka sami ke apu pa jami am pri vara mi ka tu mama krapi am kami ke ye ti pam jam pam tar mi ke yam traman ne pi er ti ya mi sem servam mi ke yus fulkara pu jam semar pami semar panam ku ya ti ke tri ka pam kranas ma kora pam pam seria papa tu me devi prasara mai sir japan antala malar matrom male sarvete pam priti de subhapa pam su ko purushi me patroya sofia ram khan me tehi me omrim sitia namaha Ingen selkan horgo omnase korres erti aparmodziol hototos erti umarlitas canuto meo f martias skipa pirahi chips pipa kalo lorken diar merio mervi morko im dal veri vi folbo Piotr fons pierjo firabos mos of mok ekmon jortun olo portna force for womek for the harbiu new monk harimani or the verbi more web me or ran pure more ne ban or was also bor je merk big b was es in dir neselo nes follow near jog von seva neor bimin kapas kunun ga in grasifir ki per bor sneer bir spum of ich view bir yes mi go me orans corpus or skinen sorena solos stena barbas kun grun bloki sor for sorten seti manam hendi ho korhi om ham John bor sol ne vi si vor sarli arti marni ne vi si var mingin sarti stosno ne vi su vor sabi ke tu kinjin grinjin gwil rok stola kinin glo kopol kopat katu sno kov mikjen no fono kopu morkin Kartu og mi jan tanka trono braktan kroma terjo hitos asel era pea vari e ber pior kors ho kors pro blå flo et blå op smer volo at etar boma tanker skorpo tol godblir til fru i torni til vokru for bim vetter gis van tor guri und pro vokmo borsa me jo moko jordan heiming kinjin kunjin kulo stola kining go boko ba gatrux Hebreskedi Virgo Joltovski Jo Brems Broadby Oko Brains Lichtem Bos Masortia Mauser or Brain Vogu Roin Durin Nur Berg Medeliken Morgum Kor Blue Ver Kuroi Jor Blue Sen Durin Side B Hong Vo Ver Doria Bo Vikinga Niores Bo Sertia Mos Ver or Horgi Betia Bosmukno Bolungo Hevelin Nori Nulukulum Bernam Lem Yapnois Fring Luargariums Embrace Pref Derwin Martin Embrace Mera Urkata Terabok Mogo Chila Pela Pix Obnista Tetoren Tenarte Pon Bregeterun Egalen Tetarme Per Pod Versendin Dorse Rig Wherefore Rig Non Os Seres Es Servir to Futter Eschlin Mo Necrom Blood Loon comfort. Elephant wind version din door so ring work or ring lonen so resa safir tu frone chlin mone gromplo lun do rosway way or rus korea leis so rigo wiglu wat twil prida we Arrosi arroz coim sintificilio turistro curum prenius nesit penitus quod es virivia netus lenturdus ipsed corneam domine serpens arvis destet narvis colis non difficili sed impossibili vos investigarte domine dos omnipotens exercio metamenos domine Deum in coris num nis victori constitet omne bellum contritur Protco prius me visiu virum famins tam ego posse orove artetos magnificentis arverin macum hil arverin cum hil arverin macum sexum sexorum in versum montrum parum in artalabul in draconis in der team on turdu rnindur Kertim manganshi artaina shertur moko shermok sama ozora shermo ozaira nen truku vas patutu shvelten ve osi kunoshi lai mushiti ti kunu osi mushitum kalartum kutum tum osi varetum kablitum nabritum asha shuka shartu kasha parni elini tumu biar harni eli yau estari yau sisu eli ya meri ya amru sanarku indi kula saralu musau arau ku incarna lu piau pung ti piau proso mema stritia or martu gueri linu or gusi artuti sigarti izizardi mai alwani or abuti shimai arabarbi dinni tina loti linda upu usalam karsharti yau karsharti share pishia umeshre pishtia ismasarati sharmushili shururu shishalimnuti pishalu zal luzle shanur shalu taptu sha ikhbu u amar limorti iyaki mazal lure tatu sha pushu kishpiki matar dili sharmit ki ishrusha purtu ui shertusha zuruku kola matusha malase rigina kibiri buia lanimu shertum Sharuyuli la konushi sharuyuli la konushi sharuyuli ni kunushi sharuyuli ni si konushi sharuyuli te konushi sharuyuli ni konushi sharuyuli ne konushi sharuyuli katin konushi sharuyuli danulan kunulin kutina zumri yalu sama selama yarnai pagritap kira tupira semani yar na pagritap siara tupira semani yar iti pagritushni la tupira semani ini sti pagritushni la tupira semani ya ki max pagri tap kiara tupira semani yar na kukulati tap kiara tupira semani ya inata ikera tap sa tupira semani ya inana skupati turshni la tupira semani ya na Pishadorie tegza tupira sermania anang ishpada kira tupira siningerene kampa ziringiarin kampa ziringiarin lulen kampa ziringiarin lulen kampa ziringiarin korkoren kampa ziringiarin korkoren kampa ziringiarin natur shorima kampa ziringiarin nindar shorima kampa ziringiarin dula saka kampa ziringiarin dula saka kampa ziringiarin udila kampa ziringiarin udila kampa ziringiarin meshira kampa ziringiarin meshira kampa ziringiarin maringiarin dila ke kampa ziringiarin ma Artinker nidlage compositing skishish masak bar dar nari darn boler makanpa siniger baba borro gorde kundinger energe kanpa zilinger nini dor garni dinger lorna yarn sakunga garpa garene kanpa Zidingerana compositing kia compositing ruki compositing elbow compositing rista compositing shamashudu compositing core compositing madu compositing nini compa Sitting gigi compositing non compositing in lola work corporake compositing in lolaning corporake compositing in bibila sharake compositing in corporake she in Baborage compasi tinker andorra tinker kaler neringe kampaka kamu utugzul halazur kitim sul mulazur tingir zul maskim sul siara compasi kia compasi tinker lempila lokar korkorake compasi tinker ninlia nin korkorage compasi tinker nini bibile sharage kampa zilinga nini nin korkorage kampa zilinga andorra tinker kalene kampa Siningerana kampa, sininger kia kampa, baba bararara, rate madarta, baba bararara, arte kikernerne, azagara sagbimu ornate nam tarkasra, zibimu ornate, urusul kurbimu ornate, alazur karbimu ornate, gerimsu, ribimu ornate, garazur karbimu ornate, ingezur gerbimu ornate, mirarbi erne tarspiarpa, Arbar the Biarish at Kasharti Arti Marn Kashartu Shaturiu Terni. Om Hayagri Variadnam Home Havisnar Verdam Home Kisavariadnam Home Surani Yadam Home Govindari Yadam Home Pundak Sari Yadam Home Visnari Verdam Home Vismbarari Yadam Home Harari Yadam Home Adi Yadam Home Sarvaki Sari Yadam Home Savadarari Yadam Home Santana Yadam Home Nerandarari Yadam Home Nerakarari Yadam Home Nerisai Yadam Home Nerapravari Yadam Home Neranjanari Yadam Home Niskankari Yadam Home Nidapota Yadam Home Neramadia Yadam Om Siramara Yarya Namaha, Om Saksirne Namo Om Sarvanyaya Namo Om Sarvadaikarya Namo Om Sri Marte Namo Om Lokatrisaya Namo Om Sivaya Namo Om Sarva Sarva Pradarya Namo Om Veravardarte Namo Om Veramandarya Namo Om Veravidyaya Namo Om Poratanarya Namo Om Paranarya Namo Om Punyartere Namo Om Punyaya Namo Om Punyakartarya Namo Om Parapararya Namo Om Paramane Namo Om Parasmai Namo Om Parasarya Namo Parasarya Namo Pararya Namo Sarvedamarkarya Namo Om Viruser Namo Om Veraverakara Parakarya Namo Om Sakala Parone Verajaya Namo Om Niskalarya Namo Sarvaskarte Namo Om Samalaja Mudra Yurtas Tarya Namo Om Paraparaya Namo Om Parnaporasarya Namo Om Sasarya Namo Om Saranyaya Namo Om Parameswaraya Namo Om Santarya Namo Om Tatarya Namo Om Jitukurarya Namo Om Jidamitraya Namo Om Jagamayaya Namo Om Janamaya Martarya Namo Om Jivarya Namo Om Jayadaya Namo Om Jaraya Sanaya Namo Om Japapriyaya Namo Om Japustudyaya Namo Om Japakurte Namo Prikurte Namo Pripaver Namo Om Vimalya Namo Visvar Om Visvaruparya Namo Om Visvar Gotre Namo Om Virustarya Namo Om Virus Om Studyaya Namo Om Santarya Namo Om Santikaraya Namo Om Sradarya Namo Om Sriyutamaya Namo Om Sraya Sampatarya Namo Om Isvaraya Namo Om Satutaya Namo Om Anantaroparya Namo Om Pranadarya Namo Om Priyapatarya Namo Om Avektarya Namo Om Vayatruparya Namo Om Sarvariksasirne Namo Om Tamarharaya Namo Om Janajaraksaya Namo Om Janajerne Namo Om Purna Namo Om Kandrava Sambatya Namo Om Janadarya Namo Om Jivaktapatarya Namo Om Yogine Namo Om Yogisvasarya Namo Om Sarvadikamatarya Namo Om Mahayogirne Namo Om Mahamornerne Namo Om Marne Sarya Namo Om Sresya Sam Namo Om Samsarya Namo Om Paramasasarya Namo Om Visvaguptra Namo Om Vyarajar Namo Om Surasparni Kasaraksarya Namo Om Jatamala Misutarya Namo Om Aramadan Harkitarya Namo Om Sarvagisvara Svararya Namo Om Pramar Verkituparya Namo Om Veraharankar Marte Namo Iti Sri Hayagriva Stotaras Sartar Namapali Om Manadatarya Namo Marsaya Namo Magaraya Namo Kolivukararia Namo Mami Pikarabaria Namo Manami Sataria Namo Arparantarya Namo Vinukarabaria Namo Vishnu Priyaya Namo Varustaria Namo Vidamaria Namo Visutaraja Namo Misasaria Namo Satrustania Namo Saparamanditarya Namo Parinu Karaine Namo Mami Tikararia Namo Makarapa Sampani Yarnam Mamaras Tutia Yartamom Goro Parianamom Balaya Yartamom Pasukarianama Paraparaya Karianamom Parakararianamom Pasparana Yarnamom Pasudapasana Yanama Parapasitarianamom Piswara Tirnenamom Davikamanianamom Tamoru Parianama Darbikararianamom Darindararianama Kasyapatamaja Yarnamom Karu Parianamom Yugara Parianamom Yugandara Yarnama Rasmu Tarianamom Yamkata Trayatamom Kiswapiriyanamom Vishwambararianama Sekaparani Yanamahom Sankapalarianamom Sompupriyanamom Sarananyanama Pamkasara Setamom Pamsarianamom Pramatarianamom Prakandarianama Prangadarianamom Bagipasya Yartamom Badavaskarianamom Pasarasenamom Bagapartani Yanamaha Baba Vipsarianamom Tasakarianamom Lukofrisayanamaha Sivarianamom Paravariyanamom Pranaryanamom Punyayartamom Punyakatarianamom Persayanama Parikarianamom Niskalarianamom Parapariyanamaha Korkutikarianamom Srasayanamom Santatyanamam Damtatyanamaha Arimandaniyanamam Savapujayanamam Savakarayanamam Nirasinyariyanamaha Niranjanariyanamam Vyaktaryanamam Saranyayanamam Vyaktaryanamaha Daranjaya Yarnamahoma Victoria Namahum Vayataruparia Namahum Tamohara Yarnamaha Yogisvara Yarnamahum Kalani Yarnamaha Valaria Namahum Pramakarine Namam Sakaranda Karari Yarnama Om Chito Krod Hariya Nama Om Chi Pariya Nama Om Jaya Dariya Nama Om Chi Papriya Nama Om Visvaru Pariya Nama Om Virustaraya Nama Om Vinhindra Samstutya Nama Om Sharya Pradaya Nama Om Pranadaya Nama Om Visnutapaya Nama Om Kutariya Nama Om Kutadegariya Nama Om Natavastraya Nama Om Nahapusarya Nama Om Vishankarya Nama Om Payurupaya Nama Om Sarishapaya Nama Om Sakarupariya Nama Om Karupushmputariya Nama Om Marava Pitikaria Nama Om Susuna Paria Karya Nama Om Fani Ravi Pusania Nama Om Nagendraya Nama Om Nagendraya Samstutra Satanamavan Nasio Kors Teneros Kulis Mihi Fasciantal Nos Kukumber Nors Enceleo Chargar Moshuil Ort Sinsuil Archisi Erncarid Heasium Julentias Sehenar Ternica the Brosses Miase Entry Gutier de Source Dar humanity arne heiman atar armerch sarn spior neord me antir tierne formal tierne formal Jesu tu la barde bel tu smula cert crede tu antrio gadul deonan tarter amaxan spior neurum humanity Thjórsan Gorn Rúb Rante Amendroin Jón Gorn Bernatjerta Diasur Sjól Ser Bernatjerde Morsjól Narchi Bernatjerde Sermon Olborde Ser Bernatjerde Mo Nerbjorde Med Bjerna Sarturtsa Diola Sersjól Arjurve Parlu Njörmi Erat Heisjes stadig bul neol. Kalneers nooi konchers noori ben serm sertier. Sur serna geres selta serna mirna masa suil firi hila sart. Mord berd massa sur manar he berdere serbur de church. Vallas dier fuel gus foratier da fuel or arni ars ar leor neor orchortes arcortes fena trora cornes me argosnar benage me anesiulan color de gusan violan triolatior mesedo mochosen an toter ad marcagusan spionerum era bernarch nol atiore lachnarch while meser gusur gach de ne bernis leum vena gusmor pifiu roder birth erle erge fiu nature de gus fiu na eis narcherbe fen ortimse Argus orgash diorne bornes leum fein. Jing Xin Xin Zhao Tai Sheng Tai Xing Ying Ban Wu Ding Hu She Fu Mei Bo Ming Hu Xin Ji Hui Ming Jing Xin Xin Nan Ning San Hung Yong Zhu Po Hu Shan King Ji Ji Ru Li Ling Jing Hu Xin Zhu Dan Zhu Hu Xin Tu Hui Shu Fin Xie Xin Jing Lin Dong Ming Yang Xin Lo King Ji Xin Ke Che Wei Jin Hu Xian Hu Ben Ke Xin Yin Jin Jian Xian Dan Yan Ling Wu Dong Jian Xi Xian Lan Ye Do Ke Chang Kun Ji Ji Ru Li Ling Jing Xin Xian Zhou Ling Bo Din Zhu Nan Wei Xin Xin Ji Xi Hun Hu Wu Shang Xuan Ming Hong Long Bai Hu Do Ji Fu Yun Zhu Hu Xuan Wu She Wei Wu Xian Ji Ji Ru Li Ling Gan Tu Di Xin Zhou Yan Xi An Xian Po Ko Wan Ling Yu Du Xin Gan Tu Ri Xi Ling Zhou She Yu Xi Bo De Wang Jing Hui Zhang Zheng Du Nai Wei Jing Geng Ge Fang Wei Bei Shu Tang Ting De Shang Yu Ming Shou Xie Jing Go Yi Da Deo Yan Henglischen Jingdarn die Shinjodan die Jirena Kipan Shan Dong Jung Yunjan Ru Wang Lang Tayan Bep Bang Wai Shin Shi Wo Jirang Ring Bo Fu Ming Bu Go Jordan Gan Lordana Dong Gang Tai Jan Jan Yong Hu Jai Du Ren Sha Wai Wan Yan Jing Shan Shin Chu Yan Shi Yu Wen Shi Shung Yi Ban Ku Beng Yan Nan Jing Yu Wei Ba Hai Ji Wen Mo Wang Shu Shou She Wei Wo Shan Xiong Huo Yu Shan Du Qi Xiang Kun Ji Ji Ru Li Ling Jiang Guang Xin Zhou Dian Di Xin Zhong Wang Ke Ben Gan Guang Xiu Wang Jie Jing Wu Shan Tong Shan Zhe Xiao Ne Wei Wo Wei Du Du Jun Fu Yu Jing Guang Zhou Hu Hu Xian Xi Xi Bo Yan Jing Yi Bu Wen Bao Lu 丹地养如滚先球起翻先有光明，上节小为我的是因，完先球里是来听过有曾单进外望人呢有比例类型明明。同会就是无给听见光出现复互相间的直接入理论，就像先就到有先就，人家让选。Giang ro yu lu jin kun di kan jin ling Japan Jian pe len Jian ling chen guan go Jiang da jia tan ji ji ru li ling Jian jun ju yun Jian jai ju Hou jie ji tu jia jie jia ho xian Hu fu wu fang hui hui yi zhang zhong yu dian yan wang yuan 安排内属于阳东阳西树林富阳西西阳人文丹富有有体有明明给我真可能的是干前路你给富有名家有来有去想象度。Nan mo hela rar nar bola ye yet na mo wali ye pulu je de shobola ye ti purti sardo po ye mo he sardo po ye mo he jalorni jai ye on sa po la pa isudo lora je na mo je li ji no mi mengali ye polo ji ti fo shi la leng to Pona Molorajin Shiji Mo Hebodo Shame Sapowata do Shopengashi Yun Asapo So Po Dona Mo Po Sadona Mo Poke Mo Fatedo Dajita Onga Polo Jiroja Dishi Jolo Dijili Mo Hepoti Sa Posa Posa Mo Popo Mo La mo la moji moji li to yun ju le meng du lu fa she lie di mo he fa she ye di tu la to la di rini shi fo la ye she la je la mo fa mo la muri li yi shi na shi na ha la shin fo la she li fa sha Fashion pola she ye hulu mola hulu jili so la jili shili shulu porti ye puto ye mitili ye lola jinchi dili sheni napo ye mona sopo he jito ye sopo he moje jito ye sopo he jito ye Shipo ha yeso po he lola jen shiso po he moala lola so po he jila sengamu ke yeso po he so po mo he jito ye so po he ji la jito yeso po he bo po mo ji to yeso po he lola jen chio po ke la yeso po he mo po le she Jala yeso pohe namu hela dana dola ye ye namu wali ye polo je di shopo la yeso pohe onji dandu mandula ba to yeso pohe Bore bolo mi, do jin jing guan ji zhai, pu sa jing shin bore bolo mi, do shi zhan zhan, wo yuan ji gong yu ye ge ku, xie li ji, xie bo yi gong gong bo yi xie xie, ji yi xi gong, gong ji xi xie, shou zhang xin xi, yi fu ru xi, xie li ji, xi xu fa, 空前不息不美不过不见不见不然兮，悟空中无邪无受让心兮，无阳而被邪神意，无邪神神为出发，无阳界难兮无意兮邪，无名亦无名见难邪无漏兮，亦无漏兮见有故，邪灭度无兮。一无得一无所得故彼地少度，一波热波罗蜜多果见无挂哇无挂呀无空不完一样单多名家，就像涅槃三世修复。一波热波罗蜜多果的多诺罗三藐三菩提故事。Bore bolo mitoshe da shenjo shi din jing jo shi wu shang jo shi wu deng deng jo neng ju ye ke ku zhen chi bo ju gu shou bore bolo mito jo shi shou jo ju jeri jeri bolo jeri bole seng jeri purhi sabu he nan mo fu to ye Nam Ho Dai Mo Ye, Nam Mo Senke Ye, Nam Mo Guanjin Jai Pu Sha, Mo He Sa Jor Da Bai Jin Je Da Ji Tu An Jo Ja La Pari Jin Du Mo Ni, Mo He Bo Ding Mi Lu 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 De She Ja, Shola Ha She Li, Sha Ye Hong Ba Sha He An Bo Ta Mo Shin Bo Mo Ni, 修了红干巴拉托波达尼红那么三万多么图南波拉蒂和多些，松浪南达西多万ke红红鲁瓦拉。Pola rual di secha si shi li so pyo sha pa so po sha shanti sha shi li so wa he namo photo ye namo damo ye ya namo sen ke ye han shi di hu lu lu shi du lu shi li po ji a da li lu Luli showa he anamo bage wari daba lamida yori arna sobini shishida dejo la ye dada gedar ye Allah herdi sanyau san buddha ye darni yer karam saliba sang segeli bali shura dalamai de ge Nasang mawu geri basha waba wabi shuri mahena ye bali wali so hena mopo boke kitparti pisha she julu bi luli bola pohela she ye tatu ye do ye hala heri sanmyo sanmo boto ye rajitu ong pisha shi Pisha she san mo she di su he hung ma na bai be hung ma ger ni wa ya na je do te para je jerte jer na welta li ge sa orwo warta boli shita gena u balar na boli diurte bana no maloji shola yeso he li poli pori kyo he kyo Heri tulur nidi ni helari piri niti mohe kerdi jinlinkan tina moe mi tupo ye tupo toke do ye do di ye do mi li tupo bi me mi li do jidan po per mi li do po Deja lardia militopian yando keminike kenojito jali so puhera mo futunan morda monan mosenkena moshi limohe ti Bierani jerto boli fulor nur jerisan mantuta sherni mohe piredo Kemti Sanman Pojo Boliti Fulino Alino Damodimo Hepi Cuberdimo Hemelerdilo Bosenkerti Girti Shisenkejiti Sanman Tua Tua no Polorni Chorten yen yan rei shen pu hua tin shun liu hu wu wo tong shon shon shi yu shuan chun yu shi men tian di yu wei tian di yu wo bing sheng or wan wu yu wo wei yi pu lu shou xia shen lo ho ma hong qing shi shen qi shi vi chen shen yen Angra Fuyi Shibi Shan Yon Hengri Jing Shing Chu Yan Ming Wu Nei Ate he ye ya yo Ate he ye ya yo Ate he ye yelo Arte he yelo Ate he yelo Ni tun shi la Wan ye gele keta E ya yo ni tun shi la Wan ye gale keta E ya yo ate he yelo Ni tatu kuye wan ye ke kale ke ta ya yo ni takuye wan ye ke kale ke ta e ya yo ate he yelo mi chinchi narnte mayo ze ate he yelo ini chage ke ta ini chage ke ta ate he yelo Chanon pawan chichaurpi, chanon pawan chichaupi, ate heyelo, chayani pita, ate heyelo, hetuache, heu charni ho, heu, hetuecha, heu charni ho, hunko kile chaya heu ho, hunko kile chaye he hu ho ate ye he yelo warna manige arte he yelo tatanka wan marnige arte he yelo la show me yo quantite lo yo le show me yo quantite lo yo Takumaka aichaga herna mitawaye lo yo Takumaka aichaga herna mitawaye lo yo ate hey lo yo ate hey lo yo eya yo eya yo minchinchi te wakila che ye Minchikshi he wakila che ye uya te ye inichaga pikata che ye ya uya ye inichaga pita che ye ya arte ye ahe ye yelo arte ye he ye yelo hari ye e ye ya yo hari ye e ya yo Mila kin hiu michi chiarna milar kin hiu michi chiarna wawaka brakte te ye wawaka brakate ye oranchi he ye lo yo oranchi he ye lo yo puye chin yi wasna waka kin yin kete puyechingi wasna wakin kete onchi heyelo yo onchi heyelo le heya heyeye la heya heyeye kangi ye oyarte ye chaya wa unwelu kangi ye oyate ye chaya wa unwelu niyarte ye heue niyate ye heue wan balikalechka wan yani hiue wan balikalechka wan yani hiue miyokan kin wan laki ye miyokwan kin wan laki ye wan lake herne wan lake hey ya hey ya hey ya hey ya hey ya hey ya Michinski mitawaye Michinski mitawaye ate heue ate eya heuelo ate eya wa ya heuelo yani piertae yauelo yani pierketae heuelo wasna wakinketae ye yarie wasna wakinkata ye la chiaria aria pil ye le chia e pio ye lo what lo ate lena maku ye ate lena maku ye Petawan yan makuwe ye Petawan yan makuwe ye Atamakuwe ye Atamakuwe ye Inahekuo misun kala cheyaya Omani ye misun kala cheyaya Omarni ye inahekuo wana spierta wana spirita unchi tazirpa michuye unchi tazirpa michuye arte heyelo hekinanka agaliye hekinyanka yagaliye wanda chia wana sapeta kayarpi lo yiwan lechia wanasapita keya pilo warni kepe kagayo warni kepe kagayo arte heyolo mia wan mayarna yo mia wan mayan kayo karnkyo yarte wan chanku wakage lo karnkyo yarte wan chanku wakagelo yarin pitacha kula heyelo makasito marangan urkiye oyarte ukiye wan bali oyarte wan horshi hiyelo arte heyelo mako wancharia ikaye parte kin ukiye parte kin ukiye kanki uyarte wan hoshi yello arte heyelo linda wakan wakagache arte heyelo ogara kin han wakan wakagache arte heyelo charanpa kin wakagache ate heyolo lo mio kan king chichuche ate heyolo ogala kini nya hikerta ate heyolo mi chinchi taherna mi chinchi taherna kupiye mako che wan washte aya galipikete arte heyelo Warna Wicheshka, Arteye, Wana Wicheshka, Arteye, Wihurta, Ohomani, Wihurta, Ohomani, Okatatna, Okatana, Koyan, Wawa, Hinkata, Koyan, Wawa, Hinkata, Ate Michuye, Wan Hikape, Michuye, Wan Hikape, Michuya, Ahiya, Wasna Watinkita, Ahiya, Wasna Watinkite, Harpa Wechage, Te wakila he, Wan Blenicha la he, Kayelo, Wan Blenicha la he, Kargelo, Tokecha one wegalikinkete Tokecha one wegalikinkete Nihun kon heyelo Nihun kon heyelo Wakarnyan yarkinketa Wakarnyan inyan kinketa Changeleshka wan luzahaniniya Nikinta changaleshka Wan luzarhan inyan kita wan wayag upo arte heyelo eyayo gichimarni to gogomiki soma pokawa ohoki wa nixista mixtarki heyo harna heyo harna heyo teya torabiai gerna heyo teya torabiai gerna heyo teya toaha tabi wongina hini yo teya toaha tarbi wongina hini yo yahiyu nivahu hiyu nivahu yahihu niarni narherna narhin yarni nyahinina hiyu nivahu yahiyu nivahi yahinerna yarni serni hawarna yarni sini hawarna hini swaveta kini hini ni swaveta kini ni nirni turkina hohu ni tuina hohuwa tasina hohuwa tasina na wohuni himasi hasisi ni himasi hasisi Om Narayar Virmahe Vasudeva Yadir Mahintano Vishnu Prachudaya Om Deva Kinadar Yavirmahe Vasudevanar Yadir Mahitana Krishna Prachudayar Om Raposhar Yavirmahe Satsakshar Yavirmaha Devar Yadir Mahitano Rudra Prachudayar Om Mekanandar Yavirmahe Vakrafundar Yadir Mahitano Tati Prachudayar Om Karyanyai Virmahe Vamyam Koryai Der Mahitano Torka Prachudayar Om Vekyavriya Char Vidmahe Kamaracharya Der Mahitano Devi Prajodayat Om Mahadevriya Char Vidmahe Vishnu Partnyai Char Der Mahitano Lakshmi Prajodayat Armjulnir Sechnier Natrer Thunder Ders Natir Marknars Mortribas Joim Roarkait Tirtries Dam Dorate Dir Serstornatar Sidam Dorodorter Nimorchoer Mercer Formchoer Iluag Los Rein Ken Lenwoid Nenasrar Morchul Orcheldon Fi Asnim Fibas Corbasern Ormjodnir Margerternia Nardbad Nardberbam Serdam Dorin Narstar Vindroni Virbaur Hortar Morish Rosortar Morish Romothor Monurnib Elam Monlerchnim Dibas Forfetch Forfirtar Morder Nimrag bana door stone nan door gras nan leel shun nimos der lor door naar kjorde barna kjorde bordin domsi or shor namaserre omri nar nioel on mjolnir sena search dar marseras konortar Morna serte voorbloemer poisner beator molser snardel boentje torgel om oil aan een snoerdeel de jaloar mor om cern serstamarners robotsertar leber in darch Lersler dream or air corta cor mole sa robe Ratin spirito noi forum domine et salus tor heru et salus ter domine et salus tor pan et salus ter domine et salus tor Krishna et salus ter super populum turum domine benedicto tua. En is right is hard naar bezig in het ruas renuzes kaprujarada me peruj de kapugin joror kem sen sekim ne peno matikin jafem yoru ne psikom hari basharat ne karajes rami ne shabash edapse so holtem nem sutin minnikim num nor kapurseris problem kim no traf ne bu ne psikom petem dash ringu ne fi toy bu war tapen sno web ruin podna trim spin ma hat jet ros ne para kebar mutef nu tar pepe kasent na fortorat ai tamisher harku mahita fontuta na mai portapset nem tuter kintatet har mahita rendet ngin du alter nu astet kedime hi haban roya shabes ken nu astin kedime hi absoluti shoot para pep kortu tar ma keru menat temperature shreye besra bi inti amasa sapi sarwapi ek na pari me ma enti man ek kopchkom drom rikorsike drom kurti ruta beru nesra tepe peru aere menenu ruta de loman ampu eru benu eru sai tabi oiget kep kerepti smart help du kin orgnus mamor pep kin pitti patses fen tu oi sore in de veke meret seri kerus mes keruen kruise krines un metus me ketu tu metus ket also could na jesene se his or ki parek de pelin communication que tu asi su termi chutes que perne pen we ari illumination in nor apken mentu mute vari dos ne ken mor que bo pam se so af lenke de mun ken det also na bu domini in het rompe het se pet het for en an shere ke do jir ma second or pen de dat en prop chat dan pour sekim pet sekim toy hore ma pambu kin set de bio pour men sekim resu sekim toy per me mute sekim bagas ke pasar per bas tu asa nu roja su men hen or ai sekim na bosha da sorta mi herin sia ku sa sora per cosas que kermet su de que musiku se per snubi meskeri ke pesment de maar heb ser heb rapap nu ser heb met who second man heb patcher pentiam kabuten horari madem popadem ke su ke sorashna kortia so po amsna from sekunda mate nimi ati trup miti mane peru seri kemisha keru nekin sor keru pasti rai pade tere kremeti un de pesra ne brasra ke ne bobu ne pratim tim separi ma papu tur ki ne hem ne for ne he posho sota pana ne mete te te pertui ne petita sumnimen unu se pa kabushi shere se ke ta bud mayor mo toy so bu se pot ne mo pesta sum ko me je petro sanen ne tranke ke men intro ken mis tu ma ken ne tu mer ken me tu ne protep sumus jati karnja jarat ken ter fi ne peti sette no nini semni sanach seks en x en et ku gar serja te kes en ken ko brik poye kum shari wa makpi you know shek na sharan in mi yati set on med peti you ai be ko tu en yen is me om se ken ken pri potot vet me hit den serai nek pertatum signa sigeti ek ne det you arti au nam so du dem mamush per so to an exu tar men het nuk den puam ne fu sol ke to tum tatek ani fu punami so tak shurti arnu tatek muni fu mantes sana ni fu you abuti in ketena mahati in japan en hedi jajata sri ma hopum tit amiti ko karema maru ranke kintet tum sineti to meriek shifti you cannot her never and you I meet one pet nu bet mahat ramita bet never to woman he Toros tapneni matem kinu tesiran opinion that it perin chapses meri you come hold them for Dave Joseph and the soil mac and mac and you know snook soy so para kaprem kabutek messen to never temnek kabrikati manlu resik never tep in the train toy to ori of vision and shishini never talk I come taku seshik toyam satuek teman furuek also them hold up the also them hold up in potty pets you potty to pew mot cut your attic shalumu take neutron nuclear perem numbut up the nukes near perem could not reunep some mommy or Noitin Capernamtin Mertotorial Tips of Tits Cabrasa Petuatam Jared, Unamiunu Akamusiko Mohare, Koi Partico Piteora, Ashu Parkamana Turket and Takiswak Secretec with Emperor Nundico of Tarek, on Backer 2 Unuplam TQ. Kubisno Forschung Toyekam or Chu Nebri also mentioned new in pay Moiru Nemon my sick markem Su Petreset, Senatek Natali Tapatet and Soy Capranum Kutak the raw terms and I get the Kuamakalu and Capranum Maranum Assasut and Udwait Parim Kemetep Nenabu and Nurture Dirty and Casutis and Nekia Wabenex and in Nectar Mohomi Hoy that the DTM Sekimi Pen and Truman Hennes who and Hen Nuxus Ekisurin Miskere Koi my engine. Who in that reward held Tetsuma Suches of Dr. Pijariat and Neck Pigeon and Jack Nugap Cabrant Wall Ran Apatum Ma Mita Masarudo was a gentleman Neprenesh Clarution Kurki at this common and Inkida Caparuta from Tavumutum when a perros on the throne and American Corona Bupis Rekai Nekamishareke Kefna through the zoo. Jorek Taranam Shepakaram Kinkarek Nemariko Tobi who to be used to take the technology of the never waiting in Juti was it was for the prep wash a messenger under the Petronas of an insecurity security sorry set up with Shari in he said one a mess like Nuku Capran Capri Capran Capru never take brush Capran Random from Pamiasuna Ancora pensan che Bayardi uno a tembattieri se tossero sorbai kukermi kabimi tu aiuterà sareti sarino an Gabe se bo frizione con un aio fortuiti sarà busha bua pisikan pensuti se bo carneva mamuki se cariche tikor kanjarato amu petem toim ne cortonati kamaru amunet centru nebi carina buras rushan su amu amenem skide plan kamaru amunet sunep samref kenek wabe kuabai kuamnek anche carin hi wabak nem rusavres kenek amor petkas ketek pushonek shere bai igor soti kabir kemekala pekano kuram mekbai en kabir Magnetruane Shrabish Vaticanity, who's a morning Hishimenti Kiku had some sicker shami and to one with you. Sahara Kevi and a mineral loose and a guys and any separate Kina Korak up Kuatela, one Urako, Burako, Plank Patet, and said no specific pool make the money god because you're typical name tuner tuning at the Piatini of now to Paramin natural rhythm set a second capitan and Nunduni of Tudimia, Niformant and Sikapasanatamas, Jaramapes, Carapes or Tarapes. Ariel Saxon and Cariana Capriwens into Gab, I am Captain Motor, Apruan to tuning it, Captain Tiam Never and Emes. Poised at the threshold of shadows and substance, I peer into the ancient presence of a map forgotten, hidden in my flesh, hidden in a thorn-covered well. A golden lock and a silver key in exchange for the cup of eternity is all that I may offer. But they are the most sacred tolls on the hidden road, the fivefold rose blossoms of red and white, of tears and blood, prick the hands that pry. May I drink the shadows from this holy well whose waters rise from deep within me and who reveals a hidden light encased in stone. Dare I peer into the ancient depths, into the eyes of a dreamer as old as time. I can only offer a heart of innocence and the seeker's feet to tread this ancient stone stairway that leads downward, inward into the soul of the world. I pray for the redemption and wisdom from that sacred well of enchantment that I may remember and tread once again upon the sacred land, spun by threads of fate in a golden cord of vision. This first step, most profound, is my first step from the sleep of 1,000 lives. Newt. Gib, Newt. Kepra, ra, tuma, kansu. Arsemitoki shabu banana shamtorina, Arsemitoki shabu banana shamtorina, Arsemitoki shabu banana shamtorina, Abra. Oh, we're not going anywhere. We'll chat and do some oracle and tarot and all that good stuff. If you came in halfway through and didn't know what we were up to, we're just speaking blessings in a multitude of languages from a multitude of cultures around the world. And one of those that I read, I look forward to getting better, because I just implemented it into the formula of blessings, was called the ghost dance. It's called a ghost dance. They sung that song, they danced it, and they were killed for it. They were killed for dancing. No evil words, no hostility, and they were killed for performing the ghost dance. The things I do 100 years ago would have got you killed. The things I do in the wrong part of the world would get me killed instantly. A few thousand years ago, they would have nailed me to a stake. No, not a cow. The cross thing, you know. Other places, they would have pulled my intestines out of my stomach. They've been killing us for a long time. And we ain't been bringing evil. We ain't been bringing death. That's what they bring. We bring life. We bring the preservation of life. And don't we all do our own dance of life to honor it? At least that's what I try to do. I can't exactly just be dancing 24/7, I mean, I could, I guess I could, I mean. There was a story, a group of people, they got to dancing. Whew, they couldn't stop. Did you hear about it? They all dropped dead because they couldn't stop dancing. It's real. It's not just a joke. It's like try to say it as a joke, but it's real. Too much of a good thing, man. I tell you what, it can really hurt you. It gives you a tip, Sometimes you just got that evil you wanna get somebody back. Give them a bunch of good stuff. That'll really make them go and the divine will be like, wow, they're really nice. I like the way they dealt with that anger. That was a good way. They were so angry. They just did so much nice stuff. It pissed the other person off. Karma, you didn't even have to go. Why don't you go talk to Murphy down there? He got some good ideas. But truly, we have been striving for our liberty for a good long while across this planet. We all have. And what a day, what a day, what a year. Happy 4th of July to those in America. Happy Independence Day to Canada and France and everybody that's got their own Independence Day. Happy Independence Day to everybody that's got their own, for their own, of their own. And if you don't got one, may this be your new Independence Day. Wah, 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 wah. or may you plan your expedition from your home and walk towards your independence and plan that route out in this year, whatever your path may be. May you be able to act freely and be who you are without regret, without remorse, without, you know what? You got some problems, you got some things you make mistakes on. So do I. We all cleaning things up all the time. We're always getting better at something all the time. It doesn't matter what it is. We're going to start out doing a bad job, but we do it over and over and over and over, and then boom, master it. Move on to the next thing, and we get some new abilities. You can always pick that up today. Today is the moment you can act. Yesterday is gone. Can't change it. You can try to do all you want. You can write all the stories you want. You can write all the lies. You can make up everything. Ain't gonna do nothing about it. The past is the past. Can't change that. But you can change the future by doing something different right now, right? Not right now, but right now. Not right now. I actually did find some pretty good articles online regarding the power of reading other languages of what we do. And I wanted to share that today. I actually wanted to share this article first thing this morning, but I was like, no, let me go check some others. Let me focus on what I should focus on here. I found a few of them yesterday, actually. Meditation and Speaking in Tongues: The Surprising Similarities Between Two Spiritual Practices, published July 1st, 2026, 11:01 a.m. by Joshua Brainsky, Jonas Mago, and Michael Lifshitz in McGill from McGill University. That's a cool last name. Here I'm gonna copy and the article, and I'm gonna put it in the chat log. So if you want to check it out, you can. If you, I usually don't say this, but just in case you navigate away from YouTube, save my page there or something, so you can navigate back. But let's see if that article goes through. Yep, there's the link for it right there. Legit scientific article from where was it? From McGill University. Let's see how long this is. I might read the whole thing if it's not too long. And it doesn't seem too long at all. Okay, I'm gonna read this article. It says, do the world's religions and contemplative traditions send people to the same place? Compassion, bliss, awe, a sense of God, awareness, or the universe? We conducted a study that asked the smaller version of this question. As scientists with a research focus on brain science and spirituality, we asked whether people from very different spiritual traditions, Buddhism and Christian Pentecostalism, use their bodies in similar ways when they're in intense contemplation. To make this concrete, let's play a game. Consider the following quote and ask if it sounds like a person engaged in an ecstatic Christian prayer, speaking in tongues, or someone in a deeply quiet Buddhist meditative state known as yarna. I I let go of everything. It feels like you're falling. The first few times that happened to me, it was terrifying. I like to call it slipping upward because it feels like a lifting to me. Now consider this one. It feels like a constant invitation to let go of more control. And the more control I let go, the more powerful an experience it is. The more I let go, the lighter I feel. Can you tell which is speaking in tongues and which is yarana? The first was meditation, the second was tongues. If you got it wrong, don't worry. Even experienced contemplative practitioners identify them correctly only about half the time. Our research suggests that these traditions, which on the surface appear so different, may in fact share a fundamental neurobiological mechanism, and further that this mechanism might be a tool for self-transformation. It's true that jhana meditation and speaking in tongues could hardly look more different. Jhana is an ancient Buddhist practice from India centered on intense concentration. Speaking in tongues is a Christian prayer practice in which worshippers utter a fluid string of speech that doesn't have a semantic meaning. In jhana, the body is still. You sit, you do not move. From the outside, almost nothing seems to happen. The practice is deliberate, austere, and precise. Attention is guided, patiently and repeatedly, back to a single object, often the breath. Gradually, attention gathers, the mind steadies, a sense of ease appears, sometimes warmth, sometimes a spreading pleasure. In deeper states, meditators describe absorption so complete that the sense of acting or choosing dissolves into something quieter. Tongues, prayer, unfolds in a very different register. Sound spills out, voices rise, overlap, and break apart. Bodies sway or tremble. Some people weep, others laugh. Some rock rhythmically. People may dance. For those who pray this way, they feel the prayer is not produced by them, it moves through them. Placed side by side, these practices appear to belong to different worlds. If you only watched, you would not confuse them. Yet, when we listen closely to how practitioners described what it feels like from the inside, the contrast began to soften. For this study, we conducted an in-depth interviews with 116 practitioners and then mapped their responses against neuroscience theory. The work continues. We currently are exploring the physiological, the bodily function side of the story to see if brain activity can be used to measure the pattern we observed at the level of experience. Across many conversations with experienced jhana meditators and longtime tongues practitioners, we noticed a reoccurring pattern. Attention gathers, feeling intensifies, and then at some unpredictable moment, something releases. Whether in stillness or fire, the rhythm was familiar. The inner sequence was strikingly similar. Attention to the act of practicing feeds arousal of the senses. I'm sorry. Attention to the act of practicing feeds arousal of the senses and emotions. Arousal in turn stabilizes attention. Together, they facilitate the sense of reduced effort until effort is no longer required at all. A Yana meditator told us, I set the intention, then I let go. She described it as falling upward, quiet, buoyant, as though the experience were happening through her. A tongues practitioner said, the more I let go, the stronger it gets. He spoke of shaking, of tears, of feeling small, of God taking over. In both practices, attention and feeling work together. Intensity does not disrupt focus. Often it sharpens it. Focus then allows the rest of the mind to let go. In the wake of surrender, both groups described emerging clarity, a sense that the process renewed their minds. We began to suspect that both practices rely on a simple loop, one that aligns well with predictive processing, a dominant framework in today's neuroscience. It suggests that the brain uses predictive models to perceive and navigate the world. We think that people, instead of seeing everything as fully new, have maps from their previous experience that allows them to recognize that. For example, a chair is for sitting and that a creature with arms and a beard is a person. The loop might work like this. Attention is placed and held on something, the breath, God. As attention stabilizes, the object grows vivid. That vividness brings pleasure, as the brain enjoys the experience of clarity in its efforts to predict sensory input. Pleasure, in turn, makes attention easier to sustain. What begins as effortful becomes easier. Control gives way to momentum and attraction. At a certain point, practitioners report that their familiar sense of doing falls away as what we call the attention arousal release spiral. The attention arousal release spiral develops and deepens. Finally, surrender enables a renewal as their minds are refreshed by a momentary release of prior patterns of thought. Seen this way, our analysis argues that jhana and tongues might be culturally distinct tools acting on the same human mechanism, a spiral of attention, arousal, and release, and enables renewal. And this matters because at a moment when religion is often experienced as a polarizing force, this kind of research might offer a window into a shared foundation that we can all use to shift how we experience the world. Completely different workings, completely different people, different regions of the world reaching a similar experience through their own ways. That means that they're both right. That that's proof. That's a scientific proof. And they're still continuing. I put the article in the chat log, so you could go there and read that article if you like. Maybe you came in the middle of me reading it, so I'll go ahead and post it again, and so you can actually take a look at that. But that's something that's ongoing. They're still looking into things more and more. So there it is again. You can click that link. Let's see. Boop, there it is. Um, and so they're actually proving exactly what I've been doing. I brought multiple systems together, so it's like yours works and yours works. You know what? I don't want to pick one or the other, ketchup or mustard, for the rest of our lives. No, I want them both. Please put them both on my plate. And here's another thing that was going through my mind as well on a personal note, is that in the morning I really do appreciate going over that material because my mind is full. My mind is engaged, and what I watch, what I'm open to, what I'm perceiving throughout my entire day, it has an anchor point. That's what I started out with, an hour and a half plus long prayer. And I've been doing that for years. I've taken, I don't want to call them breaks, we'll call them a fasting. I've taken a fasting from reading at particular junctures, but it's something I've been doing on a regular, ongoing basis for quite a few years now. And that is truly the big reason why my mind has something else to really feed on. It really has somewhere else to go because I'm not putting my mind into destructive, hurt you entertainment, or I don't find it fun to pick on people. I don't find it fun to laugh at somebody getting hurt. Like, sure, it happens, in the kind of moment. Oh, yeah, it's funny. It just kind of, that laugh just jumps out of nowhere because it was funny. But gosh, when I see somebody really going through some pain and agony, like, I don't like that. I, and so we have all sorts of entertainment to choose from all sources of angles. and to get that information and to get that entertainment from. And so each day, I I like to know that my mind is pointed in the correct direction. And you know what? Things change in the world that I can't see. Things change that I might not notice. I might not pick up that sign or that omen flew by me. I don't know what it meant. I don't know what it meant. But each day of my life, by keeping my mind focused on positive material, on growth, on development, and on these methods, then I don't have room to entertain anybody else's plain and simple, their debauchery. I mean, that's what it comes down to. Trad5887. Did I serve in the military? No, I did not. However, I have a very militaristic mindset. I have a very strategizing mindset. Um, the way that my mom taught me, the way that my dad taught me, like the growing up in the religion that I was in a Jehovah's Witness for 27 years, not anymore, obviously. Um, but um, but I was taught to have good posture. I've just picked up very good traits from individuals, and I've been around other people. There was one person in particular, and I was at a party, and he came up to me, and I forget what the verbiage is, but you read people, you see their stance and their posture and all of this, and there's a study for that. I forget the name of it. And the dude was studying, and he comes up to me. He's like, "Yeah, I've been studying. Would you mind if I kind of try to see what you?" And I was like, "Yeah, go for it." And military it was like, "Is your dad in the military? Is this?" No. And just like I had this PE coach, and I'll demonstrate it for you. I'll do it for you. Like I had this PE coach, and his name was Coach Roden. And Coach Roden, he was cool dude. He was like a dad. He's like a second dad. He was like a dad to me, man. I never called him my dad or nothing, but he was a cool dude. And so at the beginning of gym class, every single time, every day, for 3 consecutive years, the first thing Coach Roden would do, come out in class, he would go, lift with your legs, not with your back. Lift with your legs, not with your back. And I'd be like he instilled it. So sometimes I do lean over, whatever, to pick stuff up, but especially if I'm going for something with a lot of weight, I'm going with my legs. I'm taking a full on squat. We're coming all the way down, and we're not going to mess up that back. So, different people and different things in my life that I've I've been very apt to pay attention to, like my to pay attention to my elders, and they've had certain complaints about their body or aches or this or that or whatever the case, and I just been going through life, and I'm like, oh, that's been bothering you. Hmm. I look, I compare, I relate, I see my own patterns, I talk to somebody else, and I change my behavior in the present, because if I don't change my behavior, then that's how I'm going to be feeling when I get to that age. So I constantly learn from everybody around me, even if it's like I didn't sign up for that class. But hey, I hung out with a friend. I got some information. Shit, I'm going to apply that to my life, and that's the thing. That's why I don't like. That's why I'm not in a relationship. That's why I don't have like friends. Is because I want to learn. I'm thirsty to learn. I get bored with entertainment. I don't just want to be entertained. Entertainment, fuck out of here. I want to progress. If I'm playing a video game, this is some spiritual motherfucking shit I'm working going on here, and there's a reason why I gotta get through that stuff or learn that or level up. There's some fucking quantum shit going on. I'm not down for just entertainment. I mean, I used to be a hardcore gamer. Like I would game literally for like 24 plus hours straight. Like fucking go to work all day long, fucking get home, fucking shower, eat, sit down, play games until I pass out with the controller in my hand. My mom will come in and she'd be like, "Hey, the TV's still on." I'd be like, "I'm still playing," and I just pick up the game. I start playing. I'm like, I just pass out. I still play. But nowadays, man, I'll pick up a controller sometimes. I'll play 3 games for 5 minutes each, and I'm like, yeah, not, I'm, I'm not in for entertainment and something else. I want to study. I really want to poke. I really want to learn something. I want to develop. I want to grow. I want to move in this life because there's a lot we can do. You could sit on the couch and do nothing, or you could go chase after some like some unicorns or something and get some wings and start flying and shit. Go on your own adventure. I decided to go on an adventure, so do something long enough, it's going to turn into a habit. And I'm thirsty for growth. And most people that I find in life, they become comfortable. They they find a spot that is comfortable, and then they just want to fucking coast through the whole fucking experience. And I'm like, that's not what I want. That's not, I don't want like drooling and I don't want fighting, I don't want all of that, but I want to grow, I want to develop, I don't want this, I want my altar to become the next version. You have any idea how many different altars I've had set up? I mean, this same kind, these stones and more. When I moved to other places, I've lost some stuff around on my journey, like, though I've had so many different types of altar setups that it led to this setup. And now it's multi-level completely. Um, and so I want to grow, I want to develop, I want to get to the next level. And a good friend, a good mate, they're gonna keep that positive growth going with you. Most people in the world, they get where they're at, and like I said, they get comfortable. Or, and when I say they get comfortable, they can be complaining about everything in their life, but they found the comfort they want. That's why they sit there. That's why they complain. They talk, but they don't do shit because they're actually comfortable where they're at. You're always going to have something you don't like in this world. That place is too hot. Those people are too ugly. Mean wise, ugly, mean. That one's too hot. That one's too cold. That one's always raining. That one's always this. That one's that. Whatever the case, man. You are the change. You're the vibration. That's what we get to do with our environment. That's what I found. And that growth is a wonderful journey. Anyways, um, yo, Caden, Foy, I'm gonna repeat your words here. He says, I feel like for some of us that have been here for the last hour, we've now shared an experience. We have all now shared an experience that is deeper than anything that can be expressed, and that's pretty real. Let's see. Try to scroll down to the bottom on the comments. DC said, do you have a go-to daily meditation practice? DC, do you mean as in to share or personal? Because personal, that's that's it right there. That's my person. Literally, that's been developing for a while, and it was way shorter at first. But as I've found more to add to the family from different languages or whatever, then I gotta add them in too, and so it gets to be a bit longer. But yes, to be specific, yes and yes, I do. I have one to share with you if you would like, in which it's essentially well, it'd be something to type it out in the moment. I definitely, anyways, I can get it to you. Thank you very much, Margaret Buckley. Many blessings all the way around. What's up, James? Yo, I woke up Christopher that came to this channel. I love Doom Eternal. I got Doom Eternal. Um, I wanted to, it was on sale, and I was able to get the Gods expansion 1 and 2. So I beat the first one. I still got to beat the second expansion. Cool game though. I haven't played it online though. Yeah, kill. Yeah, you know what? That's killing demons. Exactly, man. Taking out the bad guys. I love Duke Nukem. Duke Nukem is so classy, man. Evie was asking for something, but let's see if we see what Evie was asking for. She said, "Can you please?" Question mark, but I don't know what you were asking for. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I should be able to do that. But yeah, Evie, whatever you're gonna ask, feel free to ask at whatever point. Um, if there was another part of the message you sent, I didn't see it. Um, who am I trying to be? I'm being me. And me is enough. Me is more than enough to be engaged with for myself. I learn and I pick up traits just like we all do from each other. And one thing I paid attention to over the years is hanging out with somebody who I wind up picking up traits of them and they pick up traits of me. And this is a beautiful thing. I understood this, and so I started deciding, being very choosy of who I hang out with, because it's gonna craft a bit of who I am. And then I started looking to the divines from all the way around the world. I love the Egyptian pantheon, but Jewish, Japanese, Hindu, Indian, all of it, Norse. Um, and the more I studied about them, it felt like I was hanging out with them. And I started picking up traits for them. And I said, you know what, that's a good quality. I'll do that. That's a good quality. I'll do that. And if you're wondering, well, how can you do that? They're qualities, they're aspects of how we treat each other. And so that's what I started doing, and I am who I am. Thanks. But there's some good articles here. This one, I'm not going to read the article. but I will share a copy. I will paste. I will put it in the chat log. Some scientists have developed a synthetic life form that can eat and reproduce on its own. So I got a joke that goes along with this one. So man, they figure out how to. There's this one dude. He figures out how to create a person with a soul and everything. He can do it. He gets a Nobel Peace Prize. Everything. World's like, wow, marveling at this wonder. And completely organic, nothing robotic. And God hears about it. So all of a sudden, there's a knock one day at the scientist's door, and there's light coming from under the door. And the scientist goes, he opens the door, he jumps back. God! And God says, yes. He says, I found out how to make humans like you. God says, yes. Please show me. And the scientist, he real quick, he goes over, he's real excited, and he gets his beakers and gets his stuff and clears other stuff out the way and gets it all ready, and he reaches over into this bucket and he grabs a handful of dirt, and God goes, get your own dirt. Pop, 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 pop. That was cool. See what other updates we got in the world. That was a recent thing. That was July 1st. That was released July 1st. Let's see how long this. I think this is actually rather long. Well, it's not that long of an article, actually. This would be right up our alley. And it's not that crazy long. And we're understanding what we're actually doing. That's what this information that I'm sharing is really getting to the core of. I find it interesting the experiences that this is the next article. I'm going to read that article, so if you want to go there, check it out or whatever, there's a copy to the next one. And it's, yeah, how to transcend everyday programming to reach an altered state. And essentially, that's what we're doing. And for me, again, it comes back to the experience, the confirmation, and the affirmation. These three things, that's all you need. You don't need anybody else's you don't need a person's validation for shit, man. You don't. You don't. You need to know what you see and get yourself a little check and balance system, and then you know what you're working with. Well, that's kind of what we're doing right now. We're putting some checks on all the balancing we've been doing. The energy felt. People mentioning everything on the chat today, and we were mentioning it the other day as well. How there's a particular feeling that is generated that exists. It's like you're not just watching something. You're actually like your energy is tuned to something awesome, not just for yourself though. Your own tunage is uplifted, and to me, that's like you can't people have tried in various formats to put a way of how to turn that into a revenue, into a profit, money making thing. And I appreciate the fun, I appreciate the donations, keeps a roof over my head and food in my stomach. But they went off, like, to me, others went, they went the wrong direction with all of that. This experience, it's greater than a price tag, it's greater than a single location, it's greater than all of that. And anyways, that's why we do what we do. Oh, that's TC. That's great. I was telling the joke about God and the scientist that I just read your comment. That man that God made men out of clay, he got dirt, and she started laughing. Maybe I should amend the joke, or that's pretty comical in of itself. I never caught it like that. Nice one, bro. Okay, then this is a big one. Okay, I want to read that article because it's a real good article. Um, though a little user Jim put there's only two demons on Earth that can't be swine trapped. Locate them immediately. One habituates. One's around Haiti. Have all AO clear their paths. And then James said last week he got Beelzebub cut his wings off with a rusty axe. Like, I believe that. I believe that because this is a construct of the fishing of a divine being. Um, Before it was like the fishermen of men or fishing for men or some shit like that. Wrong fucking idea. Wrong fucking idea. Like, you nailed it, bro. You nailed it, user. Like, you know it. You know the truth. You know the truth. And so do you, James, and others here. And that's a big reality. And that's what we've been hunting. And that hunt has had to be a fishing. And it's not the person that we're after, but it's the person that spirit, that entity, that demon is hiding within. And I've, I got a few of them. I've got mm-hmm. We doing that work. That work's going down for sure. Like, oh my god. Okay, so there was an omen that happened a couple of days ago, and it was four becoming five, and it had to do with the earthquakes and like these species of fish dying off and other stuff. And when that came up, like that day that I realized that, there was Asmodeus that I brought in. I found, we found, and that one's out of the stream of fucking shit up now. That one's out. And so I believe, with you mentioning there's two to go, then that's five down and two to go. That's seven. That's the 7 errors of the world. That's the 7 deadly sins. The 7 erroneous errors, the sources of those errors, and that's what we've been removing from this world. That's what's been ruling, is the 7 deadly errors. They're not godheads. They've been dominating with lies, trickery, deceit, and because divine law and order hasn't been here, and nobody's been doing the magic, and they've been killing everybody who's been trying to enact divine law and order to rule. And well, they couldn't stop it, so they're hiding. Find them. I'm gonna make a couple of people moderators. These 2 people that I'm making moderators here, I've seen you here for a bit, and if I remove you as a moderator, don't be upset or anything. There's just certain comments that are more kosher to that blend of things, and so uh, I just go with the flow like that. So just all love all the way around. Just letting you know. Oh, hey, thanks, Tommy. I'll take it. I don't got my pipe, but I got this guy. Dude, that's for real though, man. The heat crisis thing going on, that's some real shit. That's some real shit right there. People have been asking about the temperature for myself. The temperature fluctuates. Straight up for myself, is I let the temperature be for the majority portion what it is. I have a fan in my room, but I turn that off for the broadcast. And then, I've got 2 lights for the broadcast, and then I got a couple of candles. So I add to the warmth that I'm already in for broadcasting, especially. But that's neither here nor there. Those are just elements. Be hydrate, hydrate. With this heat crisis, hydrate. Be sure that you hydrate. Absolutely, hydrate. The other morning, it was a few mornings ago, and I don't want to say I got started late, eh, but I got started late, and I didn't drink. I didn't drink nothing. No coffee, no warm up, and I was feeling lightheaded. I noticed I was not feeling all there by the end of the reading, and that was because of uh, a lack of hydration. So be sure to hydrate. Be sure to hydrate out there during these days. Um, oh yeah, Forsaken Kings. Whenever you're ready, whenever you want to do that, we could start. We could start offering that here. I've got the program on that phone that I'm broadcasting on, but not on this program. So I need to get the app for here, and then I can like jump onto it from here and whatnot. But we could certainly introduce that if you want to share the link. Go for it, bro. Yeah, yeah, go for it, Forsaken, for sure, dude. It was Forsaken's idea. and well, I'll share it. He Forsaken made a Discord channel, and I don't mess with Discord, and I had to make an account, and it took a while for me to tip the, and he was like, tip the, anyways, you can share some stuff with you or whatever. I don't know much about it, but I was salty for it. Jason 42391. I just I'm scrolling up for your comments. Okay, I think we start there. It must be hot where you are at. It's 97 in Pittsburgh. The blinker, I can't smoke those. I like the flower. I agree with you. Um, I do. Um, it's just what I got at the moment. I'm focused on Jason here, but watching this guy helps. What kind of project is it? Or is it something we have to wait for? Yeah, it Discord, internet chat thing, or whatnot. Um, it's bad everywhere with the weather, but watching Cetera helps with my cancer for some reason. Just helps me through the day. Shoot, people just like to mess with you because that's the life. That's the life of life, I guess. I got 2 points ready, brother. If you lived in Pittsburgh, I'd smoke you up. Got 2 joints. That'd be great. That'd be great, bro. Oh, that's cool. Um, I'm gonna say this. I want to go back and there we go. Okay. And Evie, if you're here, I haven't seen your question, but I'm gonna start scrolling through the comments here. Um, okay. Uh, uh, Cantaloupe. Hear me. Hear me. You can do the research. I'm gonna give you a formula. I'm gonna give you a formula. At least one time a day. If you can afford and you're capable of getting and doing this, try it for try it for 2 weeks. Try it for 14 straight days and then go to the doctors and let them tell you how you're doing. Get a workup and let them pull some, see how you improve. See how that, see. Cantaloupe, watermelon, papaya. I'm going to say it again. Cantaloupe, watermelon, papaya. Get yourself, now this is optional. Okay, I'll leave it out. It's not it. These are your three main: cantaloupe, watermelon, papaya. The watermelon, you want a real watermelon, not those ones with the white seeds. You want the real black seeds. The seeds within each fruit is very important. You can go look up health effects, the health benefits of consuming the seeds. Now, every day, you get some of the seeds from each of those fruits and some of the fruit from each of those. Put it in a blender along with some water, juice, milk, whatever you want to add in. Maple syrup's a great sweetener. Enough maple syrup, make anything taste like candy. And it's super healthy for you. Super healthy for you. It actually has a whole bunch of nutrients in it that are very beneficial to the body. I know people are like, honey's great, man. Real pure maple syrup. It's expensive. It's really healthy for the body. Anyways, cantaloupe, watermelon, papaya. Seeds plus the fruit, some juice, blender, kick that back. Minimum once a day, 14 days. You're gonna feel, notice, and they'll fucking register a difference in your body of improvement. So I don't know what the fuck you're doing. Shit's looking better. You'll feel better too. I ain't kidding. I'm not kidding. I ain't joking. I ain't kidding. You take that one to the bank. Okay, I gotta go back to it. I gotta go back to it. Okay, look. I love Supernatural. Great fucking show. Sam and Dean, come on, bro. Look up the meaning of their names. Sam is the one who talks to God. Dean is the one who's like, right, talking to people. So like you get the message from on high, and then the dude has to deal with the people. So the dude who's messing with God, he's all like, yeah, he's cool, let's have some coffee, yeah, whatever, woohoo. Yay. No, I don't need a drink, I'm good. But Dean's always fucking with people, and guess what's stuck in people? Demons and bad energy. You know that shit God's fishing for? Like, oh fuck, there's another Leviathan. Damn, got him. Okay, yeah. Whatever the case, like shit, those things bred. Gotta get all those fuckers out the ocean too. And so like, Dean's the rough one. He's like, fuck you. Like, what do I gotta do? You stay home, little bro. I'll go take care of business. Like, that's I used not to be like this. I'm running away from the fight. I will go send a message to home base that they need reinforcements. I'm that guy. But I was Sam. I was Sam. Well, I guess I am a bit of Sam, a little bit of Dean. It just. Anyways, thanks for the comment. That was great. And in case people are like, what the hell is he talking about? Did I find it? I don't know. Maybe I did. But yeah, that comment was a whole long way up. Interesting. Cool. Take care, those who headed out. Cool, 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 cool. I am evolving from the chosen one to a higher power chosen one. There you go. That's it right there. I like that. I like that. Actually, WebDriver Auto, he made the comment that my room looks like a pharaoh's tomb. And it was actually kind of interesting because somebody actually came into my room once at another place, and they were like, "This is like a tomb," and I was like, "It is." And here's an interesting fact: there's a specific verbiage for it on the Hindu side of things, and it was something that I was going through, and I found legitimate evidence for it as well after I had been doing it, after I'd been doing it already. And so we are there's the construct of the cosmic egg, okay? That's what I'm talking about, the cosmic egg. All right. How do you truly gain your freedom? How do you grasp the cosmic egg? Okay? When you find the Divine Mother, she takes you into her womb. You are in the world, though be no part of the world. My body moves amongst other individuals, though I have a different teacher. I am learning something different. I am not concerned about anything outside, it is all within, and so thus it is technically the mother's womb that you go within, which is your own personal cave for when you are in hermit mode. And that's how you actually surround yourself with everything that mother would want you to learn about, what she would want you to interact with. And so I'm not chasing the world out there. Yes, I have a laptop. Yes, I have a phone. Yes, I have a tablet. Yes, I have. But I'm not chasing things. I'm within the womb. Now, does time call for me to go to the store? Yes. Do I go help somebody do something somewhere else? Yes. Do I go live in the world? Yes, I live in the world. However, I'm going to be coming right back to this womb, this egg in which I'm being transformed in. I'm growing, I'm developing, I'm in an embryo state and ever growing and developing until I'm strong enough to crack that egg and realize, damn, there's another shell out there. I gotta grow bigger to crack that one too. So you keep growing and that's when I realized that's when I had a construct that the Pharaoh's tombs, I could see those being used while they were still alive. I could see going into one's hermit cave, having enough things inside, enough rooms to do what they want, oil for their lamps, this for that, that for this, and then before my supplies runs out, they're gonna come and open up that door, and I'm gonna emerge into the world, and I'm gonna look like something completely different. Because I went through a whole bunch of transformations down in that room, not being exposed to anything in the world. So hermit mode allows you to really find the mother's womb, which is your egg, which becomes your new resonance of your body, of your chi, of your energy. You're not being instructed and built by the world. You're being instructed and built by wisdom, by the Divine Mother, by the essence of what connects with your heart, be it angels or goblins or fairies or whatever the case. But there's all types of information that can be found on ancient writings if we just look up a little bit of stuff on our little device here. And it's right that a library more vast, more populated. I ain't saying the material's better or worse, but a library greater than the Library of Alexandria exists. And it weighs, what, a few ounces? Less than a pound? In the palm of your hand. And you can go get any of that shit for free. The amount of book, the information you want to read, it was not written by a modern publisher. These were documents that have been scanned and saved and translated by various people, and they still have conversations on over what they mean. I'm not talking about Bible. I'm talking about all over the world. Sumerian tablets, stuff they're discovering even now in these days. If we got enough coffee, I'll be happy to go on the journey. If we don't have enough coffee, I hope I can restock on the way. That may be the one for me to look up then. DC had mentioned the one that has been a powerful force to go up against. So I'll pull that up. Sweet, sweet, sweet. I know he left. I'm pretty sure he already left because I'm scrolling up on comments here. But somebody said they're going to try what I had mentioned, and so that makes me very happy. But I'm pretty sure they took off. What's up, Promax? Central Northern U.S. There you go. What's up, Mark from the UK? Oh, cool. So, one thing I'd like to mention, because normally I don't say anything, I just kind of do it, but this time seems like a little bit more verbal portion was wanted, and maybe it was towards user or the other one, but whoever and regardless, I like to think of the moderators as fam, and fam is that just I saw some comments y'all made, and I'm like, only family would make those comments. Only some advanced motherfucker in a body will make that kind of comment, because not just anybody's going to have that experience, let alone often enough to make a comment like that on it. And so We we've got key people that are literally here every single day, and they are like lightning hard fast on the proper moderating for the channel and all that good stuff. Um, None of that needs to be like verbally enforced. Uh, if somebody's being a, every that kind of stuff's kind of taken care of already. I was just really wanting to say like, you're a fan, like. So, anyways, I wanna recognize those people I've seen for a while, and their comments been connecting with me, and so uh, just wanted to share that. Much love all the way around. Ow. Engineering from Australia. Whoa, what is up? Who is it that's from Australia? Is it Kings or James? I forget which one. I James and Kings. Whoa, that's funny. Ha ha ha. One dude is Forsaken King, and the other dude is James Walden. And together you get King James. Blah, 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 blah. I'm silly. Likewise, likewise. Um, each morning we've been going over the mantras for quite an extended amount of time. And if you were here new or whatever the case, um, essentially I've got a collection that I've arranged from all over the world, from Africa to India to Scandinavia to the different cultures within the regions. Um, and I've pulled it all together for a large, I like to call it a jam, because a jamboree is when you kind of smash everything together. And I arranged it all and then put it all together. I'm going over all the, they're more than mantras, you know. They got different names and titles, and songs and hymns and all sorts of stuff. However, this is an article I shared in the chat log earlier. I'll pop it in there again right quick. And then I'm going to read a little bit from it because it really connects with uh, what we're doing. And science is really starting to finally grasp this stuff is legit. Well, that's the article right there. If you do want to check it out yourself, happy 4th, happy Independence Day to anybody in the world that got their independence. Happy Independence to you. And if you don't, well, may you grasp it all that much sooner. But this article is entitled That You Can Transcend Your Everyday Programming to Reach These Altered States of Consciousness. It's going to tell us what we're doing. Like everything that I'm going to read here is a legit, like, this was actually put up June 6th this year. Um, Ashley Stimson, Manasiwa, Stave Dimitropoulos, and Susan LaHaye contributed to Hearst magazines and Yahoo. Says one of evolution's greatest tricks is developing a brain that can enter a multitude of specialized consciousness states. You use them for work, for play, for inspiration, and for relaxation, but there are ways to reach these altered states intentionally, whether you want to let your imagination flow, get happy, feel connected, or just chill out. Flow is a Goldilocks state, says Kevin J.P. Woods, PhD, Director of Science at Brain.fm, a company that uses music to help people focus, where your task isn't too hard but isn't too easy. In this sweet spot, you're trying without struggling, confident enough to operate on autopilot while your brain makes high level decisions behind the scenes. Licensed, psychi- Licensed psychotherapist and high performance coach Michael Seeley further agrees that mastery precedes performance groove. You have to have the initial skill set first before you can be very productive in a flow state, he says. His advice: choose an activity just slightly above your ability. This way, you won't have the luxury of zoning out or overthinking. You will have to be fully engaged. And yet, what begins as practical advice: calibrate your challenge, show up with skill, culminates into something ecstatic, because once you're locked in, the experience feels nothing like effort. In recent years, this elite mental state has taken on near mythical status: secular transcendence, the secret to effortless genius, and more. But is it really that metaphysical, or are we just so out of practice that it feels like that? The mystical part is that we spend so much of time distracted in the modern world, says Seeley. We worry about the future and the past, and we forget how to be present. He believes the mental condition, being totally present, might not be a magical anomaly, but rather that our natural human baseline. That's really our design. For 90% of our history, we were hunter gatherers, and the activities we engaged in, for example, hunting and defending ourselves, demanded flow. They demanded being fully present. Woods adds an evolutionary twist, though: the function of flow, doing things efficiently and proficiently, probably evolved, improving the odds of survival and reproduction, he says. But the feeling of flow is its warped sense of time, joy, and immersion may be a byproduct. It's an altered state of consciousness, Woods says, that makes our brains see the world differently, almost like we're in a dream or trance. Woods highlights three core ingredients: the task, your motivation, and your environment. Choose a challenge that stretches you just enough to stay engaged. Push through the first 10 minutes. Flow rarely kicks in immediately. And be strategic with your space. Light, temperature, sound, and tools, they all affect your mental rhythm. Seeley adds a few more priming tips. Music, for instance, can set the stage for flow. You can get a full night's sleep. Most importantly, cut out distractions. Even a simple change of environment can help. He says if you go camping and all the distractions are removed, it's easier to get into the flow. And we have your euphoria, the mental clarity, the heightened awareness, the reduced pain, the zen. These are some of the sensations you might feel after smoking a joint or on a particularly rousing run. Indeed, the approximately three-quarters of athletes who say they've experienced runner's high report that as pain, doubt, and a concrete sense of time slip away, they're replaced by bliss, confidence, and a trance like focus. In other words, they're in an altered state of consciousness. For modern humans, running is an ideal way to stay in shape or simply get some time outdoors. But back when our ancestors were chasing game across vast savannas, running was the way we found dinner, activating the endocannabinoid system, which fires up to regulate stress and reduce pain, may have allowed us to push through the burning lungs and biting cramps of a long distance hunt. In order to survive, we had to engage in a physical activity, says Brian. If that was horrible and felt awful and we didn't want to do it, we might not have survived. Another effect of runner's high is a heightened sense of focus. Some athletes report clearer thinking and sharper vision during their long haul jaunts, two sensations that would come in handy while stalking a large or wily animal. Feeling calm and confident during such an arduous pursuit was no doubt an evolutionary advantage of the runner's high. So, is runner's high an actual high, While different chemicals are at play, you might be hard pressed to tell the two apart. Endocannabinoid receptors are concentrated in the central nervous system and designed for the chemicals our bodies make, says Angela Bryan, PhD, an avid runner and neuroscientist who studies how cannabis affects the human body. The reason why an epic run can feel so much like eating a potent gummy is that THC is an exogenous cannabinoid, in other words, a cannabinoid that comes from outside the body, meaning it fits into those receptors like a lock and a key, according to Brian. While the bad news is it's unlikely you'll unlock a new level of consciousness on a light 20-minute run, the better news is you probably don't need to push yourself to extremes. David Reichlin, the evolutionary biologist behind that 2012 study about runner's high in mammals, has suggested that working out at about 70 to 85% of your maximum heart rate for at least 45 minutes is ideal for boosting endocannabinoid production. Interesting. Now, how holotropic breath work is a breathing method that inhibits blood flow to your brain. Sometimes the blood levels can dip so low that your brain may think you're dying. While this seems counterintuitive, your body's response can be to make you hallucinate or feel reborn, as some people have reported. A typical guided session, including preparation, breathwork, and winding down with a self reflection activity, can last 2 to 3 hours. You take deep, complete inhales and exhales at a faster pace than you normally would while sitting or lying down in a relaxed state. An adult at rest takes about 12 to 16 breaths per minute, according to Johns Hopkins Medicine. During excessive breathing, that is breathing too fast or too deeply deeply, your body is forced to accommodate more air than it needs. As a result, you exhale too much carbon dioxide, and this narrows the blood vessels, decreasing blood circulation everywhere, most dramatically to your brain. It affects your hippocampus, frontal, occipital, and parieto occipital cortices. These parts of your brain are involved in your physiological self awareness, visual processing, and sense of time. Researchers think this decreased circulation might lead to much of what people are experiencing during holotropic breath work. Its practitioners must breathe with intention and control. If done inaccurately, the method can cause dizziness and discomfort, and experts recommend that it be done only under the supervision of a certified guide. It's also not recommended if you have certain health issues, especially those that affect the heart, or if you have been diagnosed with certain mental da 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 blah blah. I'm just reading an article here. However, assuming you're da 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 da, fucking skip that shit. Da da da, I don't care about that. Here we go. For now, some researchers think that holotropic breathing may trigger the brain to produce more of its own natural DMT, an organic compound that several mammals and plants like in small quantities. It can cause psychedelic effects similar to LSD or psilocybin, a compound found in magic mushrooms. DMT can rapidly induce an extremely immersive state of consciousness characterized by vivid and elaborate visual imagery, according to a 2020 study published in eLife, which was released with peer-reviewed research online. Now, like the next portion, it says dissolve yourself and flow with others. But for a moment, I want to go to yesterday. If you've been hanging out, yesterday there was the article that I shared about the girl who could enter a psilocybin, they could enter into a transcendental state like a magic mushroom trip without any substance. They didn't say those words, but it was scientific. I shared that on the live yesterday. Here, it's explaining that through the correct breath work, we create We all know what DMT is, okay? We know it's a substance you buy to you just take and you have some trip. And we can produce enough of it on our own through the correct breath work so as to enter these states for free. You don't have to buy drugs. Your body fucking makes it. We're all fucking tripping, not even knowing it. How many people are, we're talking about how hot the weather is. It changes our breathing patterns. The cold, it changes our breathing patterns. Depending on how much moisture's out there, all that's going to change that stuff too. Man, that's one thing I noticed. For these breathing patterns, there's dire consequences if you do it wrong. It's very important. Don't fuck with breath work if you don't know what you're doing. Serious. You can do more harm. You can actually hurt yourself. You can hurt yourself doing the wrong breath work. What I connected it was is when I read things like this is I connect to my own experiences in life that I've had, and then I realize, oh, huh, I entered that state of being in that circumstance. So those elements, that situation, that type of person, me thinking like this, da da da, all those elements lining up. If I replicate that, if I just allow myself to walk into that same environment again, boom. Now I can learn. Now I can just do it with for myself, and no one else is needed or around. Shiva was known for always seeming intoxicated. People thought he was always drunk or on something. Well, they didn't drink, but they always thought he was fucking something. Thought the dude was like off his rocker. The dude was making his own fucking DMT in his head, and his own cannabis in his own fucking body. Woo! Dude found out how to get there, and he stayed there. Kind of explains myself a little bit. So I like these old stories. They help you relate to what you're going through. Okay, these are for me, but I'm telling you, like, if you dive into the old stories, the ancient, not just the old, but the ancient stories, you're gonna read things and you're gonna be like, whoa, I've experienced that too. You have. They're sharing the journey with you. These are your brothers and your sisters. These are the prophets and the seers, the wise women, all of it, man. We've been walking on this world, and people just, they like to call us philosophers and things like that. But when we read a story about somebody going through something that we've experienced, that's a brother on the same journey. Now, this next first portion in the article actually is the portion I really, really, really wanted to share here. I shared this article earlier. I'll share the link again if you want a connection to it. It was through Yahoo. Anyways, chanting is a universal human behavior, yet one that is hardly studied. Gemma Perry, PhD, is a psychologist and one of a handful of researchers who specialize in chanting and its impacts on consciousness. She has investigated how the practice is used around the world. For example, shamans chant to enter altered states believed to be vital for healing and modifying behavior. Indigenous Australians use it to connect with the ancestral world. Sufis use chanting, dance, and breathing to connect to God and enter into states of trance. And yogic traditions believe that chanting practices are a way of reaching states of consciousness beyond the disturbance of the mind. These experiences often involve overwhelming positive emotions, distortion of time and space, and a loss of boundaries between oneself, others, and nature. Perry wrote in one study, Like with psychedelics, those who achieve altered states, though chanting often, say the experience is one of the most meaningful of their lives and makes them feel more at one with those around them. Chanting is also reported to lift depression, but scientists are only beginning to understand why chanting is seen as the portal for these experiences. While researchers aren't exactly sure why chanting induces these mystical experiences, they point to a few possibilities. Chanting, even silent chanting, requires that a person focus intently on something besides themselves, which helps ease rumination. If you're chanting certain sounds aloud, you stimulate the vagus nerve, and that has been demonstrated to reduce depression. If you're chanting with others, your attention is even more absorbed in the effort to synchronize with those around you, and that synchronicity promotes connection. If you're chanting a song or sound synchronously with others, that's rooted in a shared spiritual belief that could impact a lot of systems in your brain and body. That's what we do. Get active. In terms of altered states of consciousness, Perry says there's the dissolution of ego, which causes the person to feel like they're merging with nature or the people around them. And there's flow, which causes the person to be connected with the activity. She says chanting works on the default mode network, the DFN, default mode network, the same system that's affected by psychedelics. The default mode network, the DFN, is a group of areas in the brain, as there's no clear agreement on what's included, but in this area of the brain that has to do with self-referential thinking, like ruminating or worrying. So practices that cause this default mode network to operate differently can help relieve people of their anxiety or negative narratives. While silent meditation requires intense and external focus, group chanting takes that up several notches. You're now not only focused on your own practice, but on staying in sync with those around you in your coordinated vocalization, breath control, and interpersonal synchronicity. That is synchrony that appears to not only get you out of your own rumination, but strengthens social connections. Participants must pay intense attention to the rhythm and the people around them. This kind of intense intention, which can also be seen in Sufi dancing, stimulates the endocannabinoid system. This system regulates and controls many of our most critical bodily functions, such as learning and memory, emotional processing, sleep, temperature control, pain control, inflammatory and immune responses, and eating. It is the system affected by marijuana, a neurotransmitter in the system called anandamide, is known as the bliss molecule. It causes the feeling of happiness and well-being when triggered by marijuana, but also by group chanting. There's, I might be the only one going over all of these, but I tell you, there's people over around the world. Most of what I read, that's what they do, and it's cool. When I've been at a temple and the priest is going over his the ceremony, is reading over the jam, man, and that's what I call a jam, and he is reading over it like lightning fast, and there will be somebody in that's actually present, and they've been going over it too, and they're like right with them, and I was most honored um, to be a part and to go long enough to actually be able to remember one that I could chant, one mantra that they one ceremonial mantra that they would go over, and I got to the point where I could just chant that with the group and not have to read it off of a piece of paper. That was I felt I felt special. I felt really, and that's the reality. Is that whether you're saying anything or not, you are connected. You feel a part of the jam, and so we've been going over those in the mornings. We'll keep going over those in the mornings, and that literally scientifically explains to me for the first time in my life of why I can get done with the jam, with the ceremony, whether I'm playing sound bowls or my gong or the I'll just call it chanting, um, the rhythmic blessings to the universe and humanity, and and I literally feel freaking on not cloud nine, man. I feel like I just fucking smoked a whole bunch of fucking shit, and people are like, "Damn, what you high on?" And I'm like, "Nothing. I've been hitting. I got my vape pen, you know, just like 397 one. It's a rather cheap one. It's not real strong either. I got to hit it like if I want to get like a decent buzz on, I got to hit that thing like 4 times in a row, like back to back to back, and I let it go out my nose because then it doesn't burn my throat so much. I won't cough it. Anyways, I'm high because of all the mantras and stuff and everything. I'm making myself high, and then I just take a little puff of the pen or something, and it's like a, I'm high, and I put some extra high on it, and I'm like, well, you know what I'm gonna say on this happy day is if you've been watching, if you've been following along, if you played this back on a different day and it's today for you, then this is a special day for you because we've literally just learned that you can literally create your own DMT and your own fucking weed high without a substance. You don't need any physical substance. Your body can make it, and it does. It doesn't matter your faith. It doesn't matter if it's Hindu or Christian or tongues that have no meaning whatsoever. Doesn't matter. No, that it doesn't matter. I've made the comment before, like, and I'll share my belief on it. But my belief is technically in this construct of it null and void. I'll share my perspective because my belief has changed. But for myself, I don't want to speak words without meaning. If I'm going to speak a word, I want it to have meaning. All of those words that I read, every single one is, I've read the translation of it. It's a language, it has form. That word, that name has meaning. It has body, substance. I want substance. I don't want empty substance. However, we read and discovered today that hey, it doesn't matter if whether it be with words of understanding or not. The study was done and it was shown that they produced the same result. Fuck it. It works. Huh. Do it. If that's what you do what you do. Oh. And that's why I tell people over and over and over, man, regardless of what I say or advice you might want to take from me, in the moment, follow your heart. It could be the complete opposite of what I said, but your heart's going to know the truth in the moment. I might get some details wrong. Granted, I, that's why I'm constantly that Sherlock Holmes figuring out the mystery. What clues am I missing? I'm trying to fill in the pieces so I don't make those mistakes. I don't want to make those mistakes, so I'm constantly working, filling those. Anyways, that's fucking cool. Mm. And I'll share that link one more time, just in case. That's pretty nice article. Is there anybody that wants that would like a tarot or oracle reading? And Little Stone, if you're still here, things change up. That's that's the thing about life is change. Things change up. Like he's like I see the tiger piece, and then I see the feathers not there, and things change. And I don't have to do exactly what I did yesterday today. It's going with the flow. And I've noticed people, they like to stick things in a box so that they understand it. So they're always going to expect that one thing. And as soon as they expect that one thing from me, I got to change up it a little bit. I don't even do it thoughtfully. I ain't even thinking about it. But I change up my environment. Um, and so, like, some things I'll do exactly the same every single day for a good long while. And then one day, I'll swap, I'll change. Maybe I'll go back. Maybe I won't. We'll see what comes tomorrow. And I like having blank pages ahead of me to write something in the moment. One for Forsaken and one for Carter. And if you change your mind, Loki, let me know. And I'll do a reading for you if you want. Um, Most people are afraid of a reading because people present a problem, a situation, and you have enough of that crap in your life already. Generally, with the readings that I give, generally, just always, there's a solution, there's a route. It's going to let you know what your situation is or what your path is, and it's going to let you know what to be prepared for. There will be a solution presented with that information. And there was one person I did a reading for, and they came back to me 3 years after the fact. And I pulled three cards for them, and I used a different system um, with in conjunction with the tarot system. And so for every situation that popped up in their life, there was a solution for them to apply to that situation. They came back to me 3 years later, and every single year they had one major issue, which was the one I had mentioned, and they applied the solution like I had told them because they wrote everything down. And literally, when they came back to me 3 years after the fact, they were full of joy. They didn't have to tell me, and they didn't have to explain that they were able to literally, like, problem dropped into their life, and they're like, I'll just go this way. I'll just take the long way around, like they didn't, and kept on going. And so it wasn't as catastrophic as it could have been because they had it. They had a solution in their pocket, and that's what I'm about. I'm about solutions, and really, that's the idea of an oracle. Somebody just doing a tarot reading, a straight up plain tarot reading, is going to give you information, not necessarily a solution. The oracle systems allow the solution to uh, come about, so you not only know of what's happening, but you also know the solution, and that solution is within yourself. So it's nothing you have to like necessarily purchase per se. Certainly stones and amulets and things can increase on a positive side of all of that. Though your solution ultimately you'll be aware of that solution and how to go about doing that naturally within um, any regards. All right, let's Forsaken and Carter are the two we're going to do readings for. Um, so James and Carter. Sir James Walden on the word recruit. I got that message quite some time back. And essentially, within within a month's time of getting that information, I have videos that literally start hitting. Literally, one video, it my first like million view hit only lasted for I don't, 30 something hours. Within 48 hours, within 40 hours, I had 2 million views on a video. And everything I've been learning has essentially been all the stuff, all the secrets, the occult, all the secrets, all the hidden stuff. And that's what is esoteric and occult, secret and hidden. And that's what I've been deep within in hermit mode doing for and looking at the history of it and everything. And this is all the stuff I'm into. This is what I like to talk about. This is what I do. The mantras, the jams, the ceremonies. Talking about how we resonate, how we get into the flow of things, and we've been talking about how we share this particular feeling, this energy, and now we have actual scientific freaking data and evidence of why it works. And it's not just only our system works; they all work. All the systems work. So there's no sense in saying that somebody's wrong. That certainly frees up a lot of mental energy. I tell you what. and and so to me, that word recruit, it goes back to my original theme, man. Like, find family. Find family. People kept telling me, oh, you got to change what you're saying. You got to change how you're saying it. You want to reach more people. You want to talk to more people. And I'm like, I'm not looking for the masses. I'm looking for a select group. And that select group, that's my family, man. I'm looking for my family. We spread out in everybody's groups. We spread out at the bottom, at the top, in the middle, confused, in the wrong, all sorts of shit, man. And I just been looking for my family. So that's what I. It was like boom, Anyways, I'll leave it at that. Let's pull some cards. Okay, first one is going to be for Forsaken. Whoa. Today, after 10 a.m., I'm gonna after I end the live, there's something I want to try, and it has to do with the setting. It has to do with going live on YouTube with particular settings, and that I don't use, and so I've been wanting to do this, and if I do it then I'll do it. So if you see my live up afterwards, we might have a little, I might go live a little bit longer, I might not. Okay. For a second, you were here yesterday. We ended the blessing at 7 a.m. I remember looking down, it was 7 a.m. Osiris is the Greek word for Al-Sad, and this would be the chariot of Al-Sad. Arcane number 7. Here we have a warrior riding a cubit chariot upon which 4 columns support a starry dais. These columns symbolize the 4 elements, while the cubit chariot signifies that the ambition of the warrior has been realized through his will, conquering every obstacle. The warrior himself has a golden band round his brow as a sign of the eternal light he is endowed with. In one hand he holds a sword, the emblem of victory. In his other hand a scepter tipped with a square, matter, physical matter, a circle, which is eternity, and a triangle, that which is divinity. He wears on his breast a cuirass, this emblem of strength. It is adorned with 3 T squares, which represent good judgment, willpower, and action. A winged sphere on the front of the chariot speaks of the exaltation of the intellectual power in the infinite space and time. 2 sphinxes are hitched to this chariot and are now at rest. The black one represents evil, and the white one good. They are both the slaves of the Magus when he has come out victorious from the various tests, etc. This Arcane 7 means that the empire of the world belongs to those who possess the sovereignty of the mind. That is to say, the light which reveals all mysteries of life. The next 2 cards is a double Herukuti. I'm just going to give the short explanation. I could talk for a long time on these 2. I'm just going to do the shorthand explanation. Success through hard work, zealousness, energetic action, initiative, courage, leadership, and entrepreneurship. Maintain awareness of the principles of just treatment with others. It is the source of the divine assistance for the overcoming of the obstructions in your way. So any obstruction in your current way, well, maintain awareness. Of your principles and treat others just. Treat them correctly, accordingly. You know what's up on that one. Pretty simple and straightforward. And the last one here is the Ten of Scarabs, which is actually interesting because this is card 10, right at the top. It's got an X there. Yep, 10. X at the top for 10. 10 of Scarabs. These two cards, look at those bottom numbers, 5 and 5. And the Ten of Scarabs is bringing with it, oh, if you wanted to take a picture of this one, screenshot. Wealth, unexpected windfall, inheritance, privilege, long-term success, generational wealth, family success, tradition, and lineage. And that really seems like a chariot out of heaven. It's going to continue to encourage your zealous and energetic action. You know how busy you are. And it is going to pay off. Everything that you're doing in your life, be just with others. Don't be petty or anything like that. And I want to speak words just to share, connect, encourage, but everything says no. Your path is as your path is, and you are following it as you see to follow it, and that is all correct, just as it's in your heart. Sweet, bro. Sweet, sweet, sweet. And future me, your question was towards me. If I've been here the whole time, like 3 days ago, I go live every day from 5 a.m. Eastern Standard Time to 10 a.m. Every day. Every day I'm live for 5 hours consecutively. Blessings, chatting, oracle, tarot, all that sort of stuff. So, um, yeah, I was here 3 days ago. Not this exact broadcast, but and on my channel there's the playlist folder, the playlist grouping, and it's under Invisible College. And this, I think we're on day 85 or 86. I think it's day 85. This day 85 of our lives. Yeah, in the beginning. And all right, Carter, I'm gonna start shuffling the cards for yourself. Your own mind is what you get to choose of where you be. I noticed people in this world, they perceived it to be hell. They used other words to try to convince themselves differently, but they could not escape their mental reality. For me, I can take the advice, be in the world yet be no part of it. Be in it but no part of it. So I said, ooh, everybody's on the negative, everybody's on the downer side. They're woe is me is the life. If things are going good, it's just because they got stuff. That good stuff runs out, bad things start happening, and they get all angry again. So, well, I could choose to be me rather than somebody else, and me is a happy person. Because somehow, some way, I know I'm going to survive. You could call it a good thing, you could call it a bad thing. Shit. For what I've walked through in this lifetime and survived, shit, I've even died and been brought back to life legitimately. Uh, that was when I was like 3 years old. I drowned in a river and had to pump rocks out of my sediment out of my stomach, all sorts of stuff from the river piled up in there. Um, that's interesting to consider. Stones as talismans, water with memory, river stones, bunch of memory in them, fucking filled up within my lungs. I was like, let's get all this memory in my life. Boom. That's funny. Anyways, I decided to be the happy person that I am and think the happy thoughts that I think. I'm a very optimistic person, but I'm also a realist. I do got my head in the clouds, but I got to deal with what's in front of me, and that means discovering the truth, because that's reality I figured out in this world. This world is not going to tell you the truth. It's not going to tell you the rules of the game. It's going to take advantage of you. That's how older players generally are. I'm not saying older people. I'm saying older players in the system really are. So they've been around so long that they don't care to be giving. They just collect as much as they got. They got their big cave and they just want their cave to get bigger and bigger to fill more stuff in it. Anyways, for myself, I decided to be happy regardless and treat my world as if it was heaven itself. See the grass and the life and the discoveries and the connections and all of those things. And so that is my world and that is my life, and that's what I reinforce every single day through ancient mantras and chants and prayers and ceremony and ritual and jams and every other wise I can to focus my mind on something positive rather than being in bed with the world. So, on that account, uh, I would say this is quite the opposite of hell. Hell is where you have people that are picking on you and doing bad things to you. And here, you're gonna feel better. You can pick you up, say something positive, see if we can get you to turn the lights on inside, and boom, hey, heaven's kicking, heaven's going on. The lights are off, hell's around right now. Hell's all dark, supposed to be right here, flames and stuff, shadows in the backgrounds, and heaven's all light, bright, so white. Oh my, it's so light, so much light, it's white. Can't see anything, it's so bright. And that's within. That dark and that light, that's within each of us. We carry those energies, and a lot of us, for what we've survived through our past, is very hellish. But one thing I've learned in this life is that my past does not have to equal my future. And I can change that. I can look at my past, I can see a bad pattern of behavior, I can see a bad pattern I was doing, and now I can change that pattern. I can stop doing that pattern. I can throw a wrench into that pattern, and now I have new options. Now I'm not doing the same thing I did before, I'm doing something different. I'm not stuck to the same old results. Anyways, Carter, I pulled some cards for you. This particular card is the Six of Pentacles. Right? Yep, the Six of Pentacles. And it means that you will be suddenly enriched, but this money for which you will have made no effort and given no labor will not profit you long, especially on account of the undesirable friendships which you will form. In old age, you will find yourself very poor indeed. And we have a solution to this in the end. Okay? This is describing things going on. Because I got this other card over here, which is actually saying the same thing. And you can change these circumstances by becoming aware of them. Okay? Check this card out. Boom. And this is the Seven of Swords. Theft, trickery, lies, deceit, betrayal, escaping detection, spying, strategy, consequences, single-mindedness, taking advantage. These two cards are people around you. Thinking people are helping you and giving people extra of anything. Trust is a very powerful thing. Be very careful who you trust in life. Be very careful who you trust. But your own personality changes things. Your own ability in life gives you an upper hand. And that's where these two come in. All-Sword and Healer. And essentially, it's like dad and son practically. Grandpa and grandson. Now here's where it is. The proper use of the will leads to the realization of self by following sages, oracles, by not taking the lead yourself, but allowing yourself to go into a state of self-meditation like we do on a regular basis. Like you're here and we go over that and you're learning, you're developing the ability to become that oracle and that sage yourself. Even though you're like, well, by every single day, by being able to realize that ability, by doing what we're doing, by hanging out, you're going to be able to realize that your will is more powerful than your simple desire for what your eyes see. And so as you become aware of what you're working towards and what you're building, and you start kind of getting a feel on that, pay attention to the people around you. Don't call them on their shit. Don't call them on their shit. If you say, hey, you've been doing something, I see what you're doing, then they were lying to you already. They were deceiving you already. Do you think they're going to say, oh my goodness, you caught me? Yep, I was lying to you. Yep, I was tricking you. Yep, I was stealing from you. No. When a thief is caught, a thief is going to lie. There's no sense in even remove the association. Just stop hanging out with them. Stop. They don't have trust anymore. If somebody doesn't have trust, I ain't giving them anything. Nothing. How are you feeling? Ah, Nice weather out, it certainly is. I ain't giving you nothing. Just because you ask me something don't mean I need to answer. I have no obligation to answer what you have to ask me. Show me what rule book says I have to answer. If I work at a job, okay. I do my job, you do your job. I help you with your job because you need some help. I'm here. I did not get hired to be a friend. Please describe to me where I'm being paid to be a friend. I can love my neighbor and ignore the shit out of them because if I paid them any attention, yeah, Carter. Yeah, yeah, you got it. You got the right. You have the correct mindset there. Um, to be able to pay attention to the things around you, and I like this one here. This one really, looking back after that reading, that star. You're the star in the middle. You're the shining brightness that everybody's coming around. And so recognize you have something that people want. That means if you say no to some people and don't give it to them, well, they're not going to be so happy, but that's not your problem. Other people are going to show up and be like, ooh, that's cool. What you up to? And you'll get to know them and see what they're like. And you'll notice, do they say words that are kind, helpful, building? Or are they complaintive? Are they hurtful? Are they mean? Oh, I was just joking. No. If you were just joking, then I laughed my ass off. If you weren't just joking, then you were being dog serious and you lied to me when you say you were joking so that you could hide your ugly thoughts about me. Well, those ugly thoughts have ugly vibrations. Those ugly vibrations will cause you to feel sick, literally to the stomach, and then you go home and you wonder why you feel not good. It's the person. And so it's very important to pay attention to what people do and how they treat you. And if you don't like something, you can say, I don't like being treated like that. And if the person continues to treat you like that, then they don't care, nor will they change their life on anything that has to do with you, ever. If they do, it'll be a fight. It'll be a fight, and it's going to cause problems. It will only be problems in the future. That's all that will happen. Because they weren't telling you the truth from the start. And that's why you had to be the detective. That's why you had to go search for the truth. If you had to search for the truth, shit, keep that for yourself. To be able to navigate your terrain. Because if you know them motherfuckers, you're stealing some shit. See, this dude, he's like, oh, nobody sees me. So he's gonna keep on acting like, oh, nobody sees me. I'll be fucking watching him the whole time. Yeah, I see you over there, bro. I see you running out the fucking shop. That's why I will never let you back in. You'll never, that'll be the last thing you ever fucking get from me. I'll be making shit 30 times better than that in 10 years. You'll never have access to any of it. That's all you got. Because you're gonna take that, you're gonna sell it, you're gonna take that money, you're gonna squander it, and then you're gonna be right on the road where I was supposed to be. Fuck, not me, bro. You did me dong. You could take that bad shit. That'll magnetize to you. I'm gonna go do some good stuff in my life. We can change our destiny. We can change our future. And whether we're actively working at it now or we decide to start working at it today, Amen. And happy Independence Day wherever you are in the world. Love you, James. Oh, chakra balancing. Shoot, if you're still around, I'm more than believing it. I do it. I have a sound bowl. I've got my gong. Um, oh, I hit the gong. Why not? And but I do that. I do that work. Uh, yeah. Yes. Definite. Big, big yes to your question. Uh, Ale Singer. Um, Seems like that's gonna be this kind of day. Third eye activation, real, true third eye activation. Complete, complete third eye activation. Uh, that for me, that was a gift at the end of my shamanic initiation, oracle, shaman, everything. Final big throwdown on the spirit side of that journey. And that's when my third eye became completely 100% active, uh, all the time, all the time. Like, especially when there's people around, like my third eye is fucking active like a motherfucker. And but before that, it was hints of it here and hints of it there, and essentially, oh, oh, oh. So what I'm seeing, the shamanic and the oracle journey, like all that initiation, that journey, and all of that, that's helping you activate your chakras. It's helping you turn them each on one at a time, becoming familiar with the energy because it's going to disturb life. Like your chakras turning on, that's going to fuck. That's if they've been off, and you're 20 years old or something, or been through life a bit, it's a shocker to get them turned on. My initial chakra kicking on happened because due to a traumatic event. Um, so that was nothing easy at all. I mean, traumatic event. um, and I believe people can have their chakras turned on without that traumatic event. And so I've went on this long journey, and I've accessed each of those chakras, empowered each of those chakras. And then once everything actually came to completion, that's when it was like the third eye is like the control center, and each chakra is a different lens of sight to be able to hear that frequency or that message or know what they're thinking about or what's in their heart or vibration or whatever. If it's correctly piloted by the third eye, then anything can be detected just like a fucking scanner, just like a machine, because the right circuits are connected, the neurons in the brain, all the way up and down the spinal cord, the fluid, the energy flowing, the chi, all of that activated. Literally, you're not just an antenna, you're a fucking beacon of awareness of like reception and broadcast. It's the fuck. It's the egg effect. What's around our world. It's got like these two bubbles, and it has that space around our world, and it protects it from the cold outside, so we can actually have an atmosphere. From the micro to the macro, from the macro to the micro. And so that full activation of a third eye, that's the completion of a journey, man. Sis, bro. Like, that's I don't care if you trust me or not. It, you do not want your third eye shock dumping. You don't want that experience. You want to enter it peacefully, and that means going through meditation and starting small and building up yourself and becoming aware of these things. And that takes research, that takes an inquisitiveness, searching things online, getting things deeper. Like, if you look up yoga, like real yoga, we're not talking about stretching, we're talking about breath work, okay? If we're talking about yoga, we're talking about breath work. If you go to India and you walk into a temple and you say, "Do you do any yoga?" They say, "Yes." Well, what kind do you do? And you're going to do some fucking stretch, and they're going to laugh at you because it's yoga's breathwork. Anyways, if you get into studying yoga, then you're going to start like picking up Hindu words and associations. If you're picking up those associations in order to learn yoga, then where did it come from? India. Well, guess what? Somebody got the source material from India, translated it in English, and then they wrote a book based on that information and sold it to you for $29.95 based on their own opinion of it. Why don't you find the book? It's a multi-thousand-year-old book, and there's plenty of people in India and America that's translated it into English and many other languages for you to read it in your native tongue, and you can be like, holy shit, that's what it says, and that's the translation? Huh. And then you can see the whole thing for what it is, and then you don't just have to write a book. Shit, you could live out what you want, pick and choose what's great for you. Oh, I do that already, but I didn't know about this. Ooh, boom, that's the aspect you're going to grab onto. But that third eye activation, that truly is a journey. Um, and it's a process of accepting the omens and the synchronicities in your life, not needing outside validation. Nobody else is going to see what you were given the ability to see. You worked for it. They didn't. You saw it. They didn't. You emotionally felt a connection. They did not. Nobody else will. You did. That's for you. That's a gift for you, not for anybody else. You go say, "Hey, look at this gift I got from the heavens." And everybody says, "What gift? I don't see anything in your hands." And you're like, "Look, it's there." And they say, "No, there's nothing there." And they convince you that you're not holding anything. They just removed a divine gift from you. Don't let it happen. You don't need validation. Believe yourself, believe your experiences. Do not do chemical substances that destroy your brain. Period. Trust yourself. Know that your brain works. Take your own notes. Write your own journal. Do whatever. Trust thyself. Validate thy own life. and you will sell the seeds of your mind into heaven. You will grab heaven within your mind. It'll resonate in your body, and that's what you'll share with the world, rather than all the junk they've been trying to serve us, all the junk food they've been trying to shove down our mouths, full of contaminants. Here's all these beautiful words. You look pretty. You sound nice. Oh, you fit in great. And then they do something ugly and use us, and we do something nice, and they make us feel like shit for it. Nah, I just turn my back on that altogether. Like John Cena, like, don't see his shit. Fuck. Fucking John Cena, The Rock, Stone Cold Steve Austin, Shawn Michaels, bro. Holy fuck. That's some shit to grow up with, bro. I seen Stone Cold Steve Austin. He had his fucking smoking school truck. I lived in San Antonio, Texas, and he lived in some rich neighborhood not far away. And we were the last McDonald's till you got to the rich neighborhood, all gated in and everything. And I remember he came through. He had his fucking small smoking school truck, and I saw him. I didn't even ask for a signature. I didn't be like, yo, he's the. I didn't trip out or nothing. I knew who it was, and I was just like, fuck yeah, dude. It's like, yo, it's so cool. Steve Austin's in the drive thru. He's coming up there, guys. That's some cool shit, man. You are the star of your world. They're going to flock to you regardless. Okay? They're going to look regardless. So shine like a star. Expect to be seen. Accept it. You don't need no chip on your shoulder. Just be you. No reason to act different. No reason to act different. Unless that's what your heart desires to do. Dance or play or say something loving or whatever the case. Be you. Shine in the world. The world itself, the earth, Gaia, Mother is our stage. The lights, unfailing, they turn on every day. Humanity is a beautiful reality, and it's very true. We can make our world hell or heaven by what we continually resonate within ourselves. And you do use your third eye. You just don't recognize it. Those moments when time slips by and you're like, man, it felt like 30 minutes, 2 hours went by. It's used. Whether you're consciously aware, whether you're cognitively aware of what you did, well, that's a whole nother thing. But your soul, this is not the first body that it's lived in. When I started accepting these realities, I started being able to put dots together that seemed completely a mystery before. And when I filled in the missing data, it fit. It fit. That puzzle piece, it was very unique. Nothing else fit there. This one fit perfect. Picture flows, energy flows, everything goes. I'm working with it. I know what my day to day is. I ain't getting nothing twisted. I ain't got no puffed up shoulder, nothing like that. I know my lot in life. I'll walk it, be happy. Everybody's important. You're special. I'm special. We're all special in some way. That's why we make the world an awesome place to be. And when everybody seizes, when everybody utilizes their liberty, their independence to be who they are, To me, that's a celebration of independence that I honor every day. Years past, I couldn't dress like this and go into public. Couldn't have done it. You wouldn't. 30 years ago, shoot. But we have liberty and we have independence, and we're not stuck under those old ways like we were. And so to actually do that, like honoring Halloween every day, honoring Mother's Day every day, honoring Christmas every day, honoring Thanksgiving every day, these holy days are not just one day out of the year. These are the ways to treat each other all year long. These are how to be all year long, not just at one moment. And again, that was a big thing, at least for me, at least for where I live. Independence, and for each one in their own country where they're from, and what that independence, that's big. If you, when one looks at their own history, shit, just look at where it came from, look at what we were under before, now look what we actually have freedoms to do. If we go back some generations, our grandparents, man, they couldn't get away with a bunch of shit they couldn't do, but now we can. It's because we have our independence. And that liberty is huge. That independence is massive. That's something to be celebrated, not just one day out of the year, but to honor all the veterans around the world. To have that construct, that feeling, not just one day that's special and paid attention, but every day that they're acknowledged, because they don't just visit our world on one day out of the year. They're protecting 24/7. Dot dot dot. They go home. They got the memories from all that. They got to live with that. They got to find a way to live with that. They struggle one way or another. We all do, and that's an appreciation all the way around to everybody who does what they do to encourage a positive world ahead. Cannibal. He said, "Where do you get your weed from, Mr. Citra?" Uh, well, I'll put my email in the chat log here, but nowhere special. And but hey, if there was some business and they were like, "Yo, smoke our weed and talk about our product and put our website in your chat log every now and then," I'd be like, "Fuck yeah, let's do it." I need somebody for coffee. I need somebody for my cannabis. We'll knock out a couple of other ones. Mm. Sweet. Oh, Ali Singer. Finally legal for you in Australia. The whole world's changing. Look at that. That's cool. Well, that explains a lot of things. In the article we were reading earlier is a legitimate article. I might save it. I might have it on my copy and paste here. Nope. Maybe I do. Let's see. Sure enough, is there it is. That's the articles. You can click it and go to it. Real scientific information, like study done and all that kind of stuff. And our bodies, by proper breath work and meditation work, we can, and activity, we can actually create our own DMT, not just at the end of life, but we can create enough to have a psychedelic experience within our own bodies, nothing external. And we can actually create cannabinoid element within us to have a high. We literally scientifically read, and if you've been present with and experienced this during our meditations, our jams that we've been doing for the past few days, and before that, when I have, then you can, there's little scientific reason for why certain feelings have been felt and experiences have been had, which is amazing. And in my life, I've had experiences where people, I did the sound bowls for them, I did the gong for them, and they wound up having that kind of an experience. They mentioned they felt like they were on drugs, and they made the comment, I didn't do any drugs. And one person said, I used to do them. I don't do them anymore. I feel like I did them. Well, that's interesting. I didn't spike nothing. That article just explained it. He actually had DMT produced within his own body that gave him an experience that made him feel that's what all those chemical substances are trying to do. They're trying to replicate what you can do naturally and then sell it to you. They're selling you air. Imagine if everybody was around just producing enough fucking weed in their own head to be high all day. I don't think we'd be at war anymore. Y'all should never, fam, deal with that one again. See, that kind of an attack from that person, that's the exact that's the thing to eliminate in the chat. That's the thing that I care the most about right there. Nobody needs to be attacking each other. You want to attack me? Throw all your hate my way. Go for it. I'll take everything you got. No worries. Easy enough. I'll drink it up. Dark, bitter, good. Satisfied afterwards. But to each other, that's not cool. That's not cool. That's where I step up. I'm like, I'll do something in that stead. No, war is not inherent. Our future is what we create it to be. What we imagine is what we co-create. We co-creatively manifest into our living environment. We have the power to change that. The ancient ways, the ancient formulas, what we have scientific evidence of, and with what people have actually accomplished in these days, we can actually change our future by actually imagining a future of peace and focusing on that. If we collectively focus on peace worldwide, if we collectively focus on love and individually do so, Not trying to correct anybody's life, not trying to put them wrong or say you have to act. It's not about the other person. It's self thing. This is all a self thing. And when we choosingly every single day and we wake up with the idea and the construct, the emotional feeling and the mental aptitude to say, I see a future of peace where every person from any nation, oh, they come and they share their cultures. We live amongst each other. The future is a beautiful, beautiful place where there are no fighting, there are no wars, there is none of that happening. Not on this planet. No. If it comes to our planet, we'll shoot that shit out. But no, 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 no. A peaceful place for what we create, what we imagine. That is your power. That is why when people focus and surround themselves with negative things, judgment, criticism, and these sorts, envy and jealousy, begin to sprout. And then everything that is thought about and felt is ugly, bad, drowning. How do I survive but by hurting somebody else and getting on top of them? And then that is the world we create because that is the mental state that we are in. We either live in hell and we create hell around us physically by manifesting it physically, or we think and we feel heavenly, and that's what we manifest around us physically. Our future is open. We can create any future. No more with Ragnarok, no more with the destruction, no more with all those sights of the world ending. I see a world growing. I see a world coming into balance. It's been out of balance. And all the prophecies and everything that it says and all the things happening around the world, not just on a bad side, but a transformation into something beautiful. That's what I see. That's what I continually populate into this world. And that's what I'll hold on to and fight for. Not against any physical person, but that I'll allow my heart to resonate that goodness to exist. And if there's even a smidget of a possibility for that seed to grow, it's going to water, it's going to get some sunlight, and this world going to change. Not just because of me, but because I know without doubt, I know there are thousands of other people just like me on the inside. But you would think that they're just a employee or a boss or a this or a that. But there's a bunch of us out there in this world, and our power, our ability to manifest a beautiful future, we are doing that actively every day. And so I say, strike your own chord of independence this day and usher in some love and goodness by your own vibrations, resonance, and may that continue on and keep us moving forward into a positive future. Okay, so Forsaken King, he said it's impossible for him to take a vacation. It's the one thing impossible for him. So then we'll have to find somebody else, and then we'll get some gas money, and we'll send a message to your wife. We'll leave a little postcard, and we'll be like, we fun napped your husband and took him on a joyride because he couldn't get away for a vacation. So please let his job know and da 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 because blah 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 blah. A funcation. It's a funcation. You can't go on vacation, but you could go on a funcation. Oh, you're single then. Well, then we don't have to leave a note. We could just go down and get you. No, it has to be called a fun nap. Cause like, gotta get you really like, gotta get you so baked that you pass out, and then boom, you're gonna go to work tomorrow, but then like boom, we throw you in the car, fun napped. Yeah. I'm being silly. Okay, so okay, Forsaken Kings. I could say all of this much faster than typing it, because if I'm not mistaken, anyways, sending emails. It's not easy. Anyways, I'll be your funcation shaman. So every time you come home, it'll be a jam. It'll be some sort of thing. It'll be like you don't go home. Home becomes the party place, but not like a party place for people to like come party, but for you to just be like, wow, there's the fun. Working every day. We did that reading for you, and that certainly is is a fact that your plans are going to have some fruition. That somehow or some way or another, are going to happen. And those two cards that popped up, three cards, it did talk about a lot of work, a lot of effort. And certainly you have the drive and you have the go to be able to do that, and that's what you're doing. Because you know if you took time on vacations or outings or all this other junk, you'd be wasting your time. That you have something to fulfill on this world, and maybe even your presence where you are, that alone has changed somebody's life for the better. And in those regards, certainly fulfillment comes many things we got to learn. One thing I've learned upon my journey, I've mentioned this before, but I've learned that any place can be successful, but it's the bottom. It's those at the bottom that need the most support, because they're doing a lot of that legwork. And so, for my journey and what it's been, and who I've been around and learning and been a part of, has helped me learn the different types of operations, the different types of things that, if anything does, when something does big happen in the future, that I know how to keep things together, that I know not to ignore the person at the bottom. Shit, I don't care if you're the freaking janitor, bro. We're gonna have like a monthly party for you or something, a good party or something, like whatever you like. And we'll make the party for you. You call it how it is, and we'll set it up and show up for you. Like shoot, like everybody should be honored for what they're doing, regardless of what they're doing. And that's something that a lot of people in their positions fail to even acknowledge, let alone to attempt to help that situation. Oh hell yeah, Forsaken. man, then that's what we do. That's what we do with it. Oh, that's cool. That's cool, Forsaken. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. Doing the walking and all that. That's what I'm talking about, bro. And thank you for your comment up above. You know that really kind of puts it in. Puts a good spin on the day. Good note on the day of things. He said, "This is my vacation for the most part. I get off work, come here, and forget about my problems." Like that's what it's about. That's what it's about. That's the name of the game right there. That's we go on our spaceships and we don't need no money or craft or anything. Our spaceships can travel wherever we want to go, and that's the beautiful thing, don't you know? I hope you have a happy, wonderful 4th of July wherever you are in the world. Happy Independence to you. Hopefully, you're in a place that has your own independence and you can do what you like to do, and that's not a problem for anything else on that kind of a level. um, and again, that's been a message I mentioned a couple days ago and came up today. And if you've got one gift to offer the world, you can imagine a beautiful future for all of us without war, without crime, without the problems. And your mind, your body, your heart, you're a co creator. Much love, many blessings, all the good stuff all the way around. Until we see you next time tomorrow, 5 a.m. Eastern Standard Time or -4 GMT. Uh, we'll be alive. Donna de Guay.